Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. See if I can give you guys some better visuals. Give me one quick second so that we can send the link. All right. We're going to do something unique today. Okay. Excellent. Let's go send the link to our street team. Let's send this to all of our loved ones. All right. And let's continue. That's done. So just to give you guys a quick background, because we're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff. Oh my goodness, wait a minute. I completely forgot and I completely apologize because I really thought that I was doing everything on the mic. So we have sound. Okay, we have sound. Let's adjust all volumes. Please turn on your do not disturb so you guys don't get disturbed. Okay. So for all of you, all of our students, welcome back into the boardroom. As you could tell, we're busy, busy, busy. I'm actually having a snack. I'm eating right now. It's my lunch break. Um, let's see if we can uh, go back to aerodynamics, which we're going to do that later. But I'm welcoming you guys to the office so you guys can see the day-to-day operations of the record label, my career, my companies. And sometimes you have to eat. And that's it. Still got business to run. I have some hot dogs, chicken fries, and tater tots, and some water. Mm, let's see if we can go. We'll start with fundamental concepts. Um, let me give you guys something for history. Let's go with on your wiki, type in Puerto Rico Wikipedia. We're going to go into the history, okay? So we'll do those two things. We'll do Puerto Rico first, then we'll go back to aerodynamics, okay? So what else? You guys need are we going to do the markets? You know what? We're going to do health and the markets, but let's give you guys some psychology. Type in psychology wiki on your main terminal. So we're gonna do psychology. We're gonna do Puerto Rico for history. We could do Puerto Rican art as well. We could do an article of Puerto Rican art. All right, let's do that. Let's type that in. That way we can be fair, right? So I'll open up another additional page with Puerto Rico. And let's see if we can find an artist we could do a showcase on. I'm gonna have to keep eating because if not, I'll get into a flow state. Etymology, history, which we're doing, 21st century, geography. Um, we could do geography too. We'll do climate, we'll do hurricanes, climate change, biodiversity. We're gonna do all that. Government and politics, not interested. Looking for art. Municipalities, foreign intergovernmental relations. Nope. Military, nope. Not doing that. Law, economy, tourism, yeah. Mm, public finances, that one would be good. But we're going with arts, electricity, water, telecommunications, demographics, population distribution, larger cities and towns, population makeup, immigration, languages, religion. Nope, none of that. Education, yes. Health, yes. Culture, mm, university, architecture, that's going to be a good one. Arts, ha ha ha, Puerto Rican art. So go ahead, highlight that. That way we can go back and forth. We'll do the markets, we'll do the news. Um, in the meantime, let me see. We're gonna do the markets. We're gonna check technology. We have our core classes. We're live here. Um, I have one input here. Let me see if we can fire up the radio show. That way we can teach. That's the international classes. Jesus Christ. Okay. And let's go. Okay. So we'll do a quick intro. Damas y caballeros, bienvenido a la clase del día de hoy. Voy a estar tocando el último podcast. Hablamos mucho del negocio. Mientras tanto, yo estoy en la oficina preparándome. Cuando se acabe el podcast, entonces vamos a empezar la clase. So, esto es parte de la última semana de los exámenes por el día de hoy. Entonces, vamos a empezar seleccionando la opción de básicamente el podcast. Y de ahí trabajaremos y cualquier pregunta yo voy a básicamente, yo voy a dar mi comentario de tiempo a tiempo. Mientras tanto estoy comiendo, así que vamos a ponerle el micrófono en una área que sea beneficial para que todo el sonido se grabe y se capture. Porque, como saben, tenemos que utilizar los recursos que nuestro creador nos ha permitido, todo lo que tenemos. Entonces, bueno que tengo el en vivo en Q y tengo el programa de radio en otro Q y ahora el podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Voltron R1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Voltron R1. And I'm your host. Good morning. Wherever you may be in the world. I'm hydrating right now. We're going to go for our maiden voyage. Give me one quick second. I've decided to use uh, my other sandals. These are my light ones. It's funny because the other ones, my son actually wound up. I'm gonna be grading your pages from yesterday too. So it's funny how the universe works because um, it gave me an excuse to use the other ones anyway. So even if I had changed my mind, I would have still acknowledged the fact that you know, I've still got a chance to wear these. But I'm gonna make our way slowly here and start our morning walk. So I want to welcome you guys once again. I appreciate all of you for spending this quality time with me. This is part of the process, I guess you could say. But by the grace of God, everything is good. Just started my day. I like to capture these thoughts while they're super fresh, while the mind is fully rested, so that I could start the day. For sure, I need to make a priority list. I got some good pointers yesterday that I want to write down, like processing everything through Google Docs, putting it on the cloud, and then being able to administrate it, and pretty much that should help me because I was having a debate between Copilot, which uses ChatGPT, and which is Microsoft, or ChatGPT by itself. And this is what they both taught me. Copilot is more for creating something specific, like a document or something like that. To give you an example, right? Regular ChatGPT is more flexible. It's more complete. Now, I think the main reason why I would go back and forth is because I would realize that the regular ChatGPT, some of the features are limited. So another thing I learned yesterday is that there are different tiers, right? Obviously, there's the paid version and the free version. But in the free version, which is what most entrepreneurs are going to use, basically, you're able to use the latest version temporarily. As soon as you start getting into complex requests or queries, what will happen is that they will switch to a more basic model. Now, there's no way to control that yourself. ChatGPT can't control that. The company controls that based on whatever settings for learning that algorithm has. So it was good to know that, because what was happening was I was developing business aspects on one platform and then trying to save it. And then on the other one, I would be saving a different aspect of business and then doing the same. So now I have two sources of strategies, right? How do I unify them? Well, you can't, because the only way to do that is to export the conversation. Now, one good strategy that it mentioned to me is the fact that what you can do is, if you're on a computer, you can copy and paste. You should be able to do it on a smartphone. It might be not as fast or efficient, but it can still be done if it's an emergency, right? But it's like if you need to get it done. So, in a sense, it's like a magic genie, right? Your wish is my command. So, as long as you know the right questions to ask, as long as you have intelligence in the petitions that you have for the program, the more valuable information it can give you. Because what I think may distract some people is that there is a personal touch. Okay. Now, you're also able to just, have a random conversation. And as a human being, sometimes it's important to have a soundboard And basically, it can do that. Now, the voice activated features, I tried it. So we'll do a quick intro. It's not as efficient. For example, the tonality of the voice, it sounds like it's just trying too hard, and there's a delay. I think that the key for functionality in the future will be an option where you can just speak directly back and forth and collect data that way without having to press the request, which right now that's what it is. It's like push start. You have to push it, ask the question, wait for the response, push it, ask the question, wait for the response. It's not fluid. So if you're having a fluid dynamic breakdown, like if you're having a brainstorm, right? Well, you want to ask questions at the same rate that they're being produced in your mind, because sometimes in that millisecond, you can lose the concept. Wow, that's a beautiful bird in a beautiful tree. So that bird reminds me of the beautiful Pegasus and a beautiful race car, but truthfully, it was a turtle dove. Undefeated. Basically, this is the start of my day. I need to get a priority list written down. And another good suggestion that he gave me was to have templates, right? So I can have daily reports, weekly reports, and monthly reports. This is to guarantee the quality of everything that I'm doing. So what would be a good example? For example, yesterday, I did a lot of motivational speeches and stuff like that. Yesterday, I released about 2 different podcasts. So I was on go mode, I was just doing research and stuff like that. Now, it would be nice to have a set of notes where I could say, okay, Monday, we decided based on the priority list to reach out to this company and this entity. And this is how we did it, for example. Okay, let's go back to the PR firms, right? I still have to send a folder to Ms. Shapiro. That's one thing I need to do, right? We had the gentleman from Lobaline, right? Gotta call him back. That's just 2 examples right there. I also have to make a list of my resources. I have to make a list of the financial breakdown for the catalog. So let's go with the list of resources first, right? Okay. One of the best resources that I have is on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, I have several thousand people that are a part of my network. For the last 2 or 3 years, I've been nurturing things, right? And I never reached out to any of them. I know doing marketing just on LinkedIn would be a home run. So let's go profound into that, right? It's a beautiful day, by the way. The sun is already feeling warm. It's going to be a good day today. Basically, what I would do based on my target goals, based on what I plan to do with the catalog, this is the second part of it, okay? Is reach out to the people in these companies. Befriend them. Ask about their business. Try to understand what they have going on. Ask myself what kind of value I can bring to them. And simply promote and market what I'm doing. Because to get to the top of the feed of a specific demographic, there's a monthly fee for that. And the results may be even better. And again, these are just like examples, right? These are just examples. So that would be one of the strategies. Because on LinkedIn, I can find any company or any person. And all I need to do is try to reach out. And I don't need the big people in the company. I need the regular people in the company, right? So that's one of the resources that I have, right? Now, I also did a little bit of a balancing of the books yesterday, right? And this was the balancing of the books. How will the catalog generate income? How will the catalog generate income? Right now it's a double-edged sword, right? Because what I'm working on is a delivery system. I already identified how I want to deliver the music. It's by creating all these other devices that bring the music to you. Okay? Obviously, I will be careful with the song selection to make sure that I'm delivering something that, is PG-13, right? Okay. So we don't want to limit the experience, right? Now, when the opportunity presents itself to have digital distribution, which I have on my own, I don't have the marketing, publicity, promotion dollars yet, then it's game over, right? It's game over. Let's put everything into context. We know there's about 100,000 songs released a day. Okay? So 10 days, that's a million. 3 million songs a month. 40 million records a year. Right? Just as an example. Now, the reason why it's a double-edged sword is because when you start having sales, any financial firm is going to use that against the catalog. They're going to say, well, this catalog only makes $1 million a year. For example, giving you a wild example. Now you're limited to negotiating that spectrum. Whereas if you're new, well, they really can't compare you to anything. They have to go with the region that you're in. For me, that wouldn't necessarily apply because my music is international. And my profits is in bringing that music to the people internationally. That's also my advantage. Again, the delivery system. So we're going to keep giving points on the scoreboard to the delivery system until we establish a baseline, right? So let's say BlackRock picks up the project. What are we negotiating? Well, BlackRock, every song will be divided just like in Masterworks. I need to study how Masterworks was created, designed, developed, and released because it is one of their products. Okay? So that artwork is separated into 20 million shares, for example, 20 million units of ownership. So now the same will be true with every NFT. So I have 8,000 times whatever X amount of divisions they have, right? So, long story short, get out of the way because I'm just going to pick up the glass real quick. All right. Out of the way of this machine. Oh, yes. Yo, I just stepped on the illest mud. And right where I was going to sit, That shit is soaked. So, see, we just sit on some future shit right here. Okay. So, let's put that into perspective, right? They would take the NFTs, put them for sale, market and promote them. To do that, they would have to pay to get the songs cleared. All the acapellas are mine. Clearing the songs and the samples, every major record label has a department for that. We could partner up with a label to help us with that, but we could also have consulting firms, no problem, right? %40 of the revenue is already put aside for the producers. I think that's fair. And we retain ownership of the master, right? Now, the rights to the songs generate their own income because every song becomes a movie. But before that, it becomes merchandise, it becomes a whole bunch of different items. But the easiest, most applicable determination is to put it on the streaming. Now you have a budget for music videos, tours, press runs, publicity, marketing, and the songs are released traditionally. You have the videos, which also become NFTs. We have the songs released on the radio station, and that's it. No matter what records we release over the next few years, you're always gonna have a catalog. So no matter what we release, it's gonna trickle down economics into the other records. So unlike the format of an album, which is, let's say, 7 songs or whatever it is for streaming, we're not limited to just saying, we can only release 1 song a week, because whatever the reason is. You see, we could do that for years because we have the technology, we have the budget, and we have the catalog to do so. So what winds up happening is it changes the dynamic of how you look at music, because now, by BlackRock being an investment firm, it's very simple. I have a diamond mine and a gold mine, and all of the equipment to mine it and process it is the promotion and marketing. Now, when the diamonds are cut and the gold is turned into gold bars, now it can be registered and it goes into the market. And it's as simple as that. So the catalog has its strength because of its volume. So I'll give you an example. You know that every song promotes every other one, right? We know that. So we have a trickle-down economy of about 8,000 records. We know that physically we can release maybe, 2 or 3 records a week easy. We could release a record a day, but let's just go with 2 or 3 records a week, right? We're already destroying the competition because we already have the catalog, and the songs are that good. Okay? We don't need a huge budget for promotion and marketing because, for example, for the production of the videos, we can use multiple resources over and over again. To secure a space to film is, once you pay for the lion's share, you can do more than one production. And that goes for anything else, right? Remember, every song promotes every other song. Now, the tour. What would the tour do? You see, this budget, as an example, to set a baseline, would be what they would give any other major, artist or whatever. The difference is what we have to offer is different, and it's at a higher profit. because we put together our own events. So we make the profit. For example, I did an estimate on the alcohol, right? We get about 16 shots every bottle. That's 16 mixed drinks, right? So when you break it down, right, it's about $20 investment for every 8 drinks, right? Now, if the drink is sold at $10, we're taking $20 and making $80. You understand me? And we're not just stopping there, because obviously, we're making $160 from $40. So we're making $120 a bottle. So 1,000 bottles, it's 120 grand. And these are like low figures, right? So the difference is that we have the whole system. Our delivery system is no different than, let's say, Amazon. Amazon has the automation, they have the delivery system. They knew that if they could ship a book in these dimensions, they could also ship other things. So they got really, really good at shipping, really, really good at logistics, really, really good at implementing, new strategies and new technologies. So it worked out in the end. Now, the thing about it is that we're applying this on a new spectrum. Yes, we have a budget and we have a general idea of what the value is, but we only need a small portion to get it going. Because now the roles change. Once the company starts bringing in profit, now BlackRock could take a step back from the investment because the catalog sustains itself. Eventually, the catalog recovers any investment made by BlackRock. Now it's a partnership. So BlackRock would be venture capital seed money, unicorn money to start. The catalog and its value is only going to increase when you can show proof that it can repay whatever it borrows. So in all honesty, all I need is a line of credit, right? This is not going to take billions of dollars to take off the ground. It wouldn't even take hundreds of millions of dollars to get it off the ground. And I know that. Now, this is the wild card. It would be much cheaper because I'm already abandoning BlackRock, right? Mentally, right? It would be much cheaper to market the sale of the NFT and secure the sale of the NFT, and then even maybe bring in some partners or investors. But once that shit hits the market, now we're working with EBITDA. And then we could go to BlackRock and say, yo, now it's a 10x. You understand me? In the sense that BlackRock might cash us out. So these are all examples. What is the gamble here? It's a race against time. It's me against BlackRock. If I do everything myself, I don't need BlackRock, and we'll ride off into the sunset where we should be. BlackRock will facilitate micro and macro management and the global spectrum improvement. Big time, right? So this is just as an example, right? Let's explore both scenarios. So again, let's say the catalog is valued at $5 billion. EBITDA is 50, right? Well, let's go $5 billion. To do business, I need to make a profit. So if it's valued at $5 billion, I would have to sell it for 10 or 15 billion, right? Now, instead of just selling the catalog or leasing the catalog, I'll take a line of credit in a partnership. I'll come in as an owner, okay? We know we have at least $5 billion of evaluation. That's at zero profit. That's just cost, right? At cost, right? Well, let's take 10% of that and invest it and see where it goes. Let's just say 10% of the value, and let's invest in it, and we'll build the strategy. So now we got a budget of $500 million. $500 million is easy 5 or 6 years. That's a good run. In this business, 5 years is an excellent run, right? Okay, no problem. There's different ways to do it because the tour records are the greatest hits, right? That's the greatest hits. That's 2 to 4 years right there on its own. Now, in between, you have the new releases. And every record promotes every other record. We're building a brand. We're getting into different industries. We're using our partnership strategic to release the NFTs. Because now at this point, we have the money to clear every song. We have the money to clear every NFT. We have the ability now to do business outside of Asia. Asia has the maker market. It would be crazy that we could do this just in Asia and then bring it to the rest of the world. And again, these are just examples because we have something additional to what you traditionally have in the music industry, right? Now, let's take a venue, for example. Let's bring it back down, right? Let's scale it back down. Let's use Yankee Stadium as an example, right? Yankee Stadium holds about 100,000 people. Just like Dallas Stadium can hold up to 118 to 120,000. Let's go with 100,000 tickets, right? New York City has 8 million people. 10% is 800,000. That's 8 times more than what we need. So what we need, what? 2%? Now, let's say the venue cost us $2 million out the door. At $20 a ticket, we're operating at net zero because I can also borrow against the value of my catalog. If we do a show and out of 100,000 tickets, we only sell 60,000, I can make up the difference for the other 40,000 tickets. And that's just an example. That's a safety net, right? Safety valve. But let's say 100,000 tickets are sold for $100. And there's different ways to do this. But let's say $100, our cost, right? 100 times 100 is 10,000, correct? $100 10 times is 1,000 times 100 is 10,000. So 100,000 seats. Let's just take the number 100 and put 3 zeros on the side, and put $100 and put 2 zeros on the side. So whatever we get, we can add 5 zeros. So 10,000. Let's add 5 zeros. 100,000. 1 million. 10 million. 100 million. 200 million. No, I'm wrong. I'm thinking wrong. 100,000 seats at $10 is $1 million. So at $100 is $10 million. There we go. I'm sorry. That's what I was trying to get to. I went about the wrong way. Well, not the wrong way, but that's just the way I do math is different. So we have a venue that could be anywhere from $1 to $2 million to put together. The potentiality is to gross anywhere from 5 to 10 million. This is one event that we can put together for 3 or 4 hours. and we can do 3 of these events every week in different parts of the world. We want to talk about marketing and strategizing. We don't want to penetrate any other market outside of promoting the events. If I'm in New York and we have this concert, we're only going to promote it 2 to 3 weeks before, maybe a month. Let's say a month, and that's exaggerating. Right? That's it. I don't need to be marketing, we have a single release and we have this release and we have that release. And no, we have a concert coming, October the 18th, Madison Square Garden. I mean, not Madison Square Garden, Yankee Stadium. That's just an example. We influence the market, we penetrate the market. We're offering a unique experience. We have a unique competitive advantage, and that's it. That's just an example right there. So that budget of, let's say, $2 million a show, right? We know that, for example, there's only 52 weeks in a month. So even if we wanted to, 100 shows is only 2 shows a week. And 200 shows would be, let me see. It's 52 weeks. Yeah, if we do 2 shows a week, that's 104 shows. 3 shows a week, I think, may saturate the market. You figure at a venue like that, you're 100,000 people, 2 venues like that, that's 250,000 people every single week. I also think about like professional wrestling, right? They're on tour 252 dates out of the year, so they only have about 112 days off. A little less than 2 or 3 months. So it'll be the same. I would be nonstop, 9 months, 3 months chilling. After a year or 2, that's it. You only need to do that for about 3 years. You do that for 3 years, that's a full tour. Like, that's everything you can think about. So that's an example right there. We don't even want to think about the following tour. After you commit for like 2 or 3 years, come on now. And that's 2 shows a week. Remember, this is with our own money. This is not other opportunities or potentialities, because think about it. There will be other opportunities, right? Why is that important? Because all it does is it opens the door for more potential. Now, in the United States, you have 52 states, right? So just doing the United States could take up those dates. But obviously, our market is worldwide. So why not divide that and just go to the main markets? Why not just go to the main markets? Think about it. There is no reason for that. You want as much exposure outside of the Americas. America would be the backup. You know what I would do with the American market? The most affordable dates that they have are the ones I would book. For example, if I booked Yankee Stadium, it would be on the most affordable day of the year. If I booked Madison Square Garden, it would be the same thing. And these are just 2 examples because New York City is my home city. So, again, 5 corners of the world. That's already automatic. We have to be there. We don't have to even pitch the idea of let's do 100 shows. We can do 20 and negotiate the other 80 shows. 20 shows are good and they're profitable. It merits at least 40 shows additional. 20 plus 40 new additional shows, that's 60 shows. Out of a potential 100, we're operating at a 600%. We're batting a 600. If you put it in baseball terms, these are just, prime examples, right? So it puts everything into perspective because there is an opportunity to do that. Putting together 52 shows in 52 weeks, it's all within reason. You could do 20 major cities in America, and you could do the other 30 or 40 shows internationally. In Latin America alone, you're going to double whatever you do in America. Not only money-wise, but as far as events. In the United States, even if we did the East Coast, the Midwest, the South, and the West Coast, we would be at probably less than 10 to 12 shows. So that's done. All right, 12 shows for America. Central America and the Caribbean, minimum. That's at least double that. So 24 shows. That's already 36 shows right there. Okay, so now we need to do at least the same globally. So that's 36 and 36, that's 72 shows. That's realistic. Even though we can negotiate up to 100, all we need to do is secure the profit in the first 20 shows, and everything else is autopilot. We have the flexibility to change dates and do things like that. So again, how we would approach BlackRock is saying, okay, let's take a budget, give us a budget, whatever give us a budget, we can negotiate the amount, and let's start with this. Let's activate the catalog to where the catalog is producing every day. And once we accomplish and establish that, we allow the catalog to continue to assist in its financing so that everything doesn't have to come from one source. And that's it. It's as simple as that. That's how we would do it. Because with 8,000 units in the catalog, right? If we put 2,000 items for sale, as we're launching the additional 6,000 items, let's say we were to launch the next 2,000 items, right? That initial investment is going to start paying off. It may pay off, the income from 500 of those songs. Maybe super duper, they went, right? Out the park. Now, when you make the additional investment, the second tier or the second set of another 2,000, instead of having to invest what would be the amount for 2,000 units, you now have an additional, 25 to 40%. So if we invested enough to release another 2,000, guess what? We really can invest to release another 3,000. Eventually, all the units are released. And eventually, profit starts coming in. When does profit come in? As soon as we clear the original investment. So by the time you release 8,000 different units, right? It's game over. How much time would it take for the catalog to pay for itself? Okay, boom, the catalog repays back all the investment. Now we're in the EBITDA zone, right? Now we're in the EBITDA zone. Eventually, it becomes a funnel of income as technology changes. Because unlike sales that are gone at the point of purchase or, when the transaction is complete, every time one of those NFTs is resold in the market, it generates a royalty, a perpetuity. That all goes back to the company. So not only will we recuperate the investment, right? But now we have a perpetuity. Think about it as a franchise fee. That's it. You have an asset that's a perfect store of value. It's tangible. It's digital. Requires zero maintenance. No warehouse, no inventory, none of that nonsense. Because on the blockchain, everything is done instantly. Once you clear the records and you actually generate the NFTs, you know where all that money is being funneled. So once it's on the secondary market, just like a stock, and it's resold and it's traded and whatever, that royalty, that perpetuity is factored in. If somebody streams a record, well, they streamed it and we got pennies on the dollar from the horrible fucking DSPs, right? Okay. With an NFT, every single time that record is streamed, that NFT is going to generate a royalty or a perpetuity, mechanical royalty. Every time that it's sold, it's going to generate a royalty and a mechanical perpetuity. And it goes on and on and on because it is a storage of value. So wherever it moves, the value is contained inside of it. And again, it's no different than going to an investment firm and saying, listen, this catalog makes $10 million a year. You know, we want to liquidate $100 million. As an example. So I know the power that this brings. For example, look at the artist Future. You know, he negotiated his catalog for $150 million. You know what that means? It was making $15 million a year. And that's as big as they can get. That's just streams alone. Bad Bunny has a single that should make $60 million just on Spotify. So that record generated about $500-600 million. You get what I'm saying? We have thousands of albums that can do the same. One of them is going to go. You understand what I'm saying? It's inevitable. One is going to go and it's going to be the one, and it's going to be a surprise because nobody's going to see it coming, right? So this is how this will work. So I will sit down with BlackRock and say, listen, this is what the catalog is worth. This is what its projected value will be in X amount of years. Based on this theory and these results, I want you guys to do a study and a result, and let's combine the best of both datas. Now we both can make an educated business decision. All right, great. No problem. Now that we have this knowledge, let's take a percentage of that value and let's put it into the system. Let's clear the samples, clear the songs. Let's create the NFTs, and let's put them for sale. We'll have a marketing wing and a distribution arm to get it to the people. We also have these other products. We have all the delivery systems. On top of that, part of our marketing strategy, because we're marketing all these products, right? We're in a diversified portfolio of all these different elements. Let's promote and market these events, which are another opportunity for us to generate what we need to generate. So there are other options because there will be other investments, and I have no problem bringing in my business partners to everything that I do. If they want to keep investing in different projects, let's go. I'm here to do business. I don't want to waste time. So outside companies will be in a competition to outbid BlackRock, right? Because if Nike says, all right, well, we're going to invest $20 million and we want to do this, and we want to release a shoe, and we're going to make, 100 million pairs. We're going to give you, $30-40 million events, right? On the royalties, because we're going to make 100 million units, right? Well, now BlackRock could say, wait a minute, if they're going to put up 40 million, we're going to match that. Bring us in. We'll take 20%, 25% of that deal. right? At $40 million, it would be $10 million for them, right? So if they match it, they're in a sense securing preferred stock because they're putting $10 million, but then they have another $10 million that I'm facilitating to them. So now we're both investing that $20 million. So really, I have $40 million in the game. They have $40 million in the game, but we together have another $20 million. That's $100 million right there. We just beat Nike by how much? We beat Nike by fucking $40 million. Give and take, because there's a variable going up and down. It could be 20 million, it could be 80 million, it could be 60, it could be 50. We don't know that. But we're just using a general consensus. How would I bring in BlackRock if Nike comes to me and says, we got $40 million? Well, I will tell BlackRock, listen, let's do this partnership. Come in, meet me half and half. We're 50% owners together, right? So if they're putting up, let's say $40 million, well, if you match that, I'll let you come in on my side. So if you match what they're offering me and I already have 50% ownership in the project, I'll give you 20%, which goes back to the number. I'm not going to give them 25 because that's too much. They're already invested into the trickle-down economics of the catalog, so I can't allow them to do that, but I can still bring them in. The point is, without having a structure like that, every other company would not be competing. So every time another third party comes in, BlackRock can match it. I'd rather do that versus take the lump sum and then I'm knocked into a single system. If I just take it in increments and say, look, I'm going to bring you in. Not only am I going to use a portion of that budget, because we'll have a reserve as well. We need an emergency trust fund, right? We'll have a reserve for if anything goes wrong. But now, I'm also not only not using the full budget, but every time a third party comes in, I'm going to let you match them. So you have no competition. They come in with 100 million, you could come in with 100 million at 20%. And that could be set in stone. So the same way, let's say they bring in an investment and they want to do the same thing, right? 50% ownership. We would divide 25 and 25. Okay, that'll be the variable. 5 to 8, maybe 10%. You bring in the deal, let's do 25, 25. I bring in the deal, I'm doing 20. Because you are the most powerful investment institution. So it's only fair. If you bring the deal to the table, then we'll bring you in 20%. The variable is 5. It could be 25, it could be 26, 28%, doesn't matter. Because out of my 50% ownership, 25% will equal 50% for me. Because that 50% is my 100%. So out of that 100%, I can delegate 20 to 25%. Because remember, we're already business partners in other metrics. So we have other verticals to recuperate. At the end of the day, they're here to make money, and I'm here to make money. I'm here to create opportunities. They can do the same because this is going to be a team effort. Remember that we are very much aware that there's monopolies and there's companies like Live Nation. We're going against Live Nation. But the difference is we have the power to push them to the side and say, no, maybe you would make $20 million off of any. Maybe the cost is still $2 or $3 million. Okay, we come in and do it ourselves. Maybe we only generate 10 million. Maybe we generate half of the stocks. We can use Live Nation as a measure, right? They generate 25 million an event. Okay, maybe we generate half of that. We generate 12.5. If we're only investing $2-3 million, that's a $9 million profit. So $9 million gross, $4.5 million for me, $4.5 million for BlackRock. And this is just a basic example with one event. We're already projecting about 200 shows. So it'll be divided into 3 different tiers, right? So these are all examples that can be used, right? Under different circumstances, right? So this is how I would do it. Because Under Armour is going to make an offer. Reebok is going to make an offer. Adidas is going to make an offer. Nike is going to make an offer. And any other sub-brand that's trying to compete with them. You know, just like Kanye saved Adidas, Run DMC did the same thing. 50 Cent was talking about that in a podcast. So these are all examples that can be used, real life world examples. And all we need to do is look back at the data. Let's look at the contracts that Nike has with endorsements and athletes, et cetera, and influencers and whatnot. Let's look at what happened with Kanye. Let's look at all these examples in the last 20 to 25 years, because that's going to give us a baseline on how things will be in the next 20 to 25 years. I know the future frontier of music. Every song is going to become a movie. The demand for film and series and Audible and, podcast, that shit is all going up because technology is going to be able to sustain it. So technology speeds things up. Where people were used to seeing one program an hour, if it was an hour long, or two programs that were 30 minutes long, now you have streaming. Look at YouTube Shorts. They're a few seconds, just like a TikTok. People are consuming. It's the same content. They're just consuming it in smaller increments. And every small increment is an opportunity to make a profit. So think about the NFT in the exact same way. It's the same breakdown. It's the exact same breakdown. Think about it. Every opportunity is an NFT. Once you have the intellectual property, how much does it cost to make the NFT? A few watts of electricity. And once it's on the blockchain, it's eternal. Does that make sense? Think about it. Just think about that. Once you write the program, let's say the program is Flight Simulator 98 for Microsoft, right? I just told you guys how young I am. Flight Simulator 98, once you make the program, let's say you did spend, $5 million making the program, right? $5 million, you got the program. But now you can make 200 million copies. So how much did each copy cost you? Just at 200 million. You know there's 1 billion computers on Earth. there's 1,000 million, right? So again, small examples to give you just a basic idea. Once it's created, it's done. There's no inventory like before. Oh, let's put these records. Oh, these vinyls can break during shipping. We need to have storage for these CDs. None of that shit exists anymore. Everything is download or stream online, right? So, as exciting as that was, let's scale everything back down. I'm using all the data that I can put together, where we can also hire an independent company to combine the data that BlackRock does, my data and their data, and we bring it into a unison, into a consensus. Well, my estimates say, $200 billion. Their estimates say $300 billion. And BlackRock's estimate says 150. Okay. So let's put that all together. Let's average out 150, 200, and 300. Okay, so let's add it all together. How much is that? 450. Okay, let's divide it by, 2.9. Let's divide it by 3. Okay, 110, 112, let's say 115 million. Billion. Okay, let's start with that. Out of that 150 billion, let's put that in a trust fund. That's going to be the emergency fund. Okay? It's only a 10% value. I'm sorry, so let me correct that. So from 150, 10% is 15 billion. Let's put 15 billion in this trust fund. In this trust fund, we already have the 115, but let's just take 20 billion of that and let's start. It'll be a locked-in tier system. Once that 15 billion is paid back, let's say 30, 40%, we have access to another 40. And then we do the same thing all the way through the budget. My goal as their business partner, as your business partner, is to make sure we never have to touch that reserve. Because based on the data from 3 different sources, 2 independent, because obviously I'm not in BlackRock, right? They're my business partners. So 1 from my company and my constituents, 1 from an independent firm, which could be the most respectable in the game. We can go to the best fucking people for this, right? And we'll combine all of that with BlackRock's own research and strategy and development and management, right? So now we have a baseline. That baseline, we're going to take a percentage of that, 15 to 20%. It could be 23%, it could be 25, it could be 30, it could be 40. We'll devise that. Even 40% is still within range, right? Now that 40%, that's a lot more than 15 billion. That's $60 billion at 40%. Give us the right to earn the rest, because we understand where this technology is going. This shit is going to be a home run if it's executed properly. No, none of the companies have anybody to blame, because there are no rules to this. It's never been done before. We are first, one of one concept. It is what it is. Okay, cool. So, give me 1 quick second. Let me take a quick drink here. So now, let's put all of that into perspective, right? Okay. Any third-party endorsement that they generate, we'll do, 50%, which will be 25%, right? Because obviously, or whatever they negotiate, they could have more skin in the game. I don't know that, but we'll leave that open to be a variable. Anything I bring them in 20%. Again, the variable is between 5 and 8.9%, 8.97%, some shit like that. That's it. Everything is clean, everything's fair. Bring in more deals, you're coming in at 50%, which is really 25%, right? And if you bring in an even better deal, hey, whatever you secure, half of it is yours. You say, I know you wanted 4 apples, but listen, I got a dozen apples. All right, so not only do I know that you needed 4, here's 6, and we're going to take 6. Don't worry about it. Because I hit my goal and I hit my target. But I needed 4 apples, I got 6. Does that make sense? Or, you know what, I got 2 dozen apples. I know you only need 4, but here's 12. That's what a good business partner does. Same thing if I secure a deal. Listen, I know we need 4 apples, but I got a dozen here. So, factoring in those 4, now we have an additional 8. 4 of those are mine, and 2 can be yours. Remember, we needed 4, but we got 6. You see how it works? It works from both sides of the spectrum. Whatever they put in is what they're going to get out, and that needs to be clear. We're not a record label. We're a technology company. They're not a record label. They're an investment firm. This technology doesn't exist. This is Web3, blockchain, NFTs, direct to consumer. Why would I go to Live Nation when I know that their business practices are horrible? That's not even a question. The only way I would join Live Nation at that point is if they agree to let us control the whole thing. And chances are they're not going to do that. Or if they can offer us something better than cost, if it's beneficial for them marketing or strategizing the distribution, whatever it could be. Again, that's another variable we just leave up to the universe. We'll let them decide what they're going to do. But wait, there's more. Why don't we become the new version? Because after my tour, guess what? We're going to have the door open for other artists. How can we make it so that other artists are willing to basically offer us the same opportunity? What can we do to the market so that other artists can consider doing their tours with us? Because the tour is already open. Would an independent artist like to come join us? Can we get a Tom McDonald? Can I get a Russ? Can I get a Little Russ? Can I get a Chance the Rapper? You know what I'm saying? Can I get I think it's I'm not gonna say the artist, I'm not sure, but these are just examples, right? So again, it's putting everything into perspective. How can we work with other companies that normally do advertisements like on fucking the 24 Hours of Le Mans? You're talking about companies like Rolex. You're talking about companies, you know, in the $1 billion spectrum. And these are just examples, you know. Remember, all those variables, good morning, God bless. All those variables are open for negotiations. They're open for discussion. We're here to do business. Any kind of marketing that we do, who better than Vader Media? Like, that's a no-brainer. That's, yo, you know what, Gary? Make your money, do what you do, and let's do the shit. I'm walking in with these people at the door. I'm considering people like Steve Stout and United Masters because we have the whole system. What we really need is marketing, innovation, and publicity. That's it. We don't need nothing else. We know what we got. It's like the cannabis industry, right? You see how hard it was to get into it, and people finally got into it. And you know, there were people that could have invested early, and they were like, well, how do we know people are going to go smoke? Nigga, people fucking smoke every day. What are you talking about? People have real medicinal fucking reasons. Everybody doesn't smoke to get high. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, that shit is such a fucking ignorance. Like, even when you smoke, do you always get high? No, nigga, you don't fucking always get high. That's not the point of smoking. If you're smoking to just get high, you're missing all the other medicinal values that it has. There's a lot more that goes on in your body when that is circulating your system, even long after the buzz. There's nothing wrong with smoking and getting a nice little buzz, a nice little mellow, temporary high. You're not smoking to be fucking stoned all day. That's not the point, right? So why did it work? Well, people have medicinal fucking use. You have recreational shit, but most of the legalities are based on medicinal use. If there are fucking pharmaceutical companies, which I'm pretty sure all those companies are invested in as well, right? It's the same thing. How the fuck does a company say, oh, we have this vaccine for whatever, and expect to just come in the market like that? You know that people have health care. You know that people have health issues. They're going to buy the medicine. Whether it takes time or not, that's a different factor. That's another variable. But you know that there's profit to be made every time a dosage is presented. Just like every water bottle that Walmart sells has a profit tied into it. So the variables are there. So it's NFT technology. If you're embracing blockchain and you're embracing Web3, you have to embrace NFTs because the currency is Ethereum and fucking Bitcoin. And really, it's Bitcoin. Let's be honest. Every other version, like Ethereum and everything else, is just a little kid sister to Bitcoin. It's a little baby brother or little cousin or whatever. So you cannot say, well, the metaverse and Web3 and blockchain, you know, smart contracts, and not talk about the currency. Well, smart contracts is what allows the NFTs to live between Bitcoin, which is the payment system, and the network for the payment system. It's the smart contracts. It's the decentralized, network. It's the fucking all the people that create the ledgers when they're securing things on the blockchain. Like, it's the whole. You're not just paying for the Bitcoin. You're paying for the whole shit. It's guaranteed business as it is. If I program an NFT and I say this producer, whoever they are, all over the world, 40% is yours. Just come prove that you're the owner, and we're going to cut you a nice check. Like, we're going to cut you a fire check. After that, you're going to have your perpetuity. I wouldn't even go as far to say, let's negotiate with the artist. Maybe they want a lump sum. No. I'm not into that business because I believe in the storage of value and things, and if they want to renegotiate that with somebody else, let them do that. I wouldn't even allow BlackRock to go to them and say, yo, you want a lump sum? I will put in a clause where it has to be somebody else. Or fuck that. We'll put that in the variable, but it won't come from me. I will never offer the artist, yo, you want me to give you a lump sum? No, we're not going to do that. The same way that, we're going to have to wait on mechanical royalties and all these other verticals, right? So that would be the strategy. Now let's talk about the delivery system. Let's talk about NFT sales and what the market value is. We already know what the projections are. That's why we have Statista, which of course you have to pay, but fuck it, right? We're dealing with BlackRock, so that's not a problem. All right. Now, it changes the dynamic because it's proof of ownership. And that NFT is going to have its mechanical royalties and its perpetuity paid directly to it. So they're actually investing. We have our own stockholders. These are our stockholders. These are our investors in the digital realm, in the metaverse, right? So now the delivery system. Look at computers. Look at portable, rechargeable, digital devices, smartphones. All we need to do, just like HP put like a Jay-Z single or Jay-Z album and it was platinum as soon as it was released. Yeah, because they shipped out 10 million computers, right? Everybody has a use for a computer. Everybody has a use for a smartphone. We don't need to have the world's most expensive smartphone. We have a tier for those clients and consumers. But the average consumer can take advantage of not only a smartphone that's decently powered, modular, customizable, so they can make it as powerful as they want. But the point of entry is affordable. That's what we want. We want access to this new metaverse because the only way to come into our metaverse is with the NFTs. And the only way to get your hands on NFTs, if you don't understand a digital wallet, cold wallet versus a wallet that's linked to the blockchain or whatnot, well, now you're creating access for a new level of consumer because they understand the value of the investment, of the proposition, and then they have a platform they can use for a million other things. It's not just entertainment, but this is the way we're marketing it to the public. So once again, what happens if we launch the Venom R1 in Asia? Well, we're limited to other companies and limited to that region, and that's only because of limitations with whatever the rights are in that country, right? So now, when you clear everything, right? When you clear everything, what happens is that basically you have the ability to enter different markets. So when you're talking about the Asia market, you have to talk about Huawei, you have to talk about Samsung, you have to talk about Apple, but you got Nokia, you got Motorola, you have what's the name of this company? I think it's Asus. The whatchamacallit, those companies that are actually there's 200 in Asia alone, right? There's 200 in Asia that compete with these big four juggernauts, and that's just in Asia. When you're talking about a partnership with Apple, it can also come from Apple Music. Don't get me wrong. There is a strategy for us to get, our own label distribution from Apple. But now Apple is worldwide. Apple is in India. Apple is in China. Apple is in America. Apple is in South America. Apple is in the Caribbean. Apple is in fucking Antarctica. Apple is in fucking Canada. Apple is in Russia. Apple is in the whole world. So what advantage would they have if they have a test, if they have a taste of how it would be in the Asia? Now we go to Apple and say, okay, it's iOS versus Android, right? Who wants the advantage? Who wants to be first? You want the unique competitive advantage? All right, Apple, you'll have it first. But you're going to have to bring us to every other market. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine. We'll go to Samsung.
And if Samsung doesn't want to do it, don't worry about it. We don't even want those markets anymore. We'll go to Huawei. Huawei eclipses Samsung and Apple in the Asians. And that market is the biggest market. We don't need every other market. Every other market is icing on the cake. This is what we're bringing to BlackRock. The delivery system is not just a smartphone. We have the headset. We have the augmented reality glasses. We have the little Pokemon and the Tamagotchis for the singles. We have the skateboard. We have the backpack. We have the jacket. We have the sneakers. We have the shoes. We have the moissanite silver jewelry that has the NFT technology inside of it. Right? We got it all, baby. We got the portable speaker that's rechargeable. And you already know the power. Look how many companies just in that industry alone. If you go to Temu, if you go to Alibaba, right? These Chinese companies have bundles for musicians. Microphone, mixer, amplifier, speakers, stands, lights, cameras, this and the third, action cameras, SD cards. They have the whole shit. They don't have a manufacturing problem. They have a marketing problem. That's where we come in. We don't need to invest in the inventory, in the this, that, and the third. All my suppliers have that. What they have is a marketing problem. I could take the cheapest company, the smallest one, that's still $1 billion company, but by comparison to what else is available on the market, right? And take one of their devices and repurpose it and rebrand it, which costs nothing because it's telling the machine, okay, instead of let's say manufacturing this smartphone in red and black, manufacture it in lime green and orange for me. And instead of it saying, let's say, instead of saying Asus on it, it needs to say Venom R1. That's as simple as going into the automation machine and saying, okay, for the font and the setting, type in press Venom R1. Okay, that's the Venom R1. To give you an example. Now, those companies still have the responsibility. They bear the burden and the responsibility to promote and market that. Whether they want to put that in every single release that they have, whether they want to put it in a specific release that they have or a specific special edition version, doesn't matter. Why? Because now, with each NFT, which the customer can select, the artwork is also included. So we have a unique competitive advantage. All we need to do is bring on more partnerships, and it's the same concept. What we bring in, BlackRock has access to 20%. What they bring in, we have access to 25% because they're the bigger company. I would love for them to secure every single fucking business opportunity and for me to just sign off on it. All right, we're gonna go with Nike. Let's go with Nike. We're gonna go with Adidas. Let's go with Adidas. We're gonna go do this. We're gonna do that. So with the backpacks, how many companies wouldn't want a part of that? How about we create our own? Just like we gave the example with Live Nation. Wouldn't Live Nation like to negotiate with us? Well, we know that they're mostly crooks. Well, let's do our own shit. Where's the profit and the benefit? Brand, long-term, high-end, lifestyle play. It's in the brand. That's where it is. That's how we do it. That's how we hit the home runs. This is why this investment is, so guaranteed. Now, still, I'm not going to get too ahead of my bridges, and I'm not going to get emotional because I'm a rational thinking, God-fearing man, right? I'm a businessman at first. I'm an entrepreneur. So let's go by percentages. Whatever the budget is, let's use 40%. And from that 40%, I'm going to take X amount of dollars to start. We don't need it all together. We know this is a long-term play. After I clear, a few billion, I think that we can do things at a different pace. Do you understand what I'm saying? That shit changes everything. That's the goal right now. And we know that the catalog by itself is worth more than that. Doesn't mean that we're negotiating for that. Doesn't mean we're selling for that because I need to make a profit too. But it secures peace of mind. This is a long-term thing. Now with technology, it could be a sonic boom for 5-6 years. And everything else could be trickle down economics to any other investment. Just like every song promotes every other song, and every release, every other release, and every album, every other album. These are just basic examples. This is long term. This is 25, 30, 40 years from now. When I'm in my 80s, 80 years from now, when I'm 100 plus, we're receiving a mechanical royalty every second of the day. Because the catalog value in the digital realm is based on market value. So the market may go up 10%, the market may go down 10%, but on average, it's a 10% variable. So it doesn't matter how you feel about it or what you think about it, what your perspective is. The catalog has its value. It's contained in the catalog. All we're doing is really a transfer of a storage of value of funds, because now the catalog is going to make its way to the hands of the people, and they can do with it as they please. All of this is a sandbox. It's like Star Wars. George Lucas created the sandbox, and everybody can play in it. So my version of Star Wars is completely different from yours, because my version of Star Wars is how I view the world, right? How I view things. So the same is true with everything else. What did I notice in DSPs, such as BandLab, right? Well, I realized that there was never any support unless you pay for it. There's really nothing there unless you pay for it. It helps a lot, but there's a business play behind it. Why? Because I finally realized there's sandboxes that they created and they control. You don't want to be censored by Instagram, you create your own version. There's applications in the Asia market that are just like all the social media in the Americas with none of the limitations. Now, they don't have the marketing dollars, they don't have the marketing savvy, they don't know how to really promote it. And a lot of companies can't even promote to this part of this world. But that's how you do it. I'm not going to sit here and complain about the problem. I'm going to focus on the solution. So if Live Nation is the problem, I'm going to build the better one. Right? I'm going to build the better version. Just like, with the sneaker. Yeah, we could partner up with a big company like Nike, Adidas, Reebok, or Under Armour, right? But that's short term. Short term because long term, they have their own agendas. Now, what's our long term agenda? Do we want to create a better product for the average consumer and really compete in that market? Do we even want to explore creating a new thing? Maybe just that investment supersedes what the original idea was. We don't know that. We know every song is going to become a movie. Who better, with the experience of creating all the audio visuals for the company, who better to start a distribution network, a motion picture network, a streaming network, or even a record label, or even a DSP? Why would I even consider going to Spotify or iTunes when I could just create my own DSP? When I could just bring in artists and just take a small percentage and just assist them with all the logistics that every investment in this business or industry is going to bring. Now we're talking long term. The world's biggest catalog, the most strongest catalog, for us to just hand it over to one of these DSPs, fuck that. We give it to the people and we open the bridge for other people to come in. Now we have our own. My concept of the DSP was always for artists to be able to compete with my catalog. And that's the challenge. Beat my record, beat my 8,000. You got a place where you can monetize it. And all of the available features that we have, you have now. Now the company, just with one business move, one decision like that, now it has morphed into something completely new. Because think about it. Can we be the next Spotify and the next iTunes of the digital world with NFTs in the metaverse? Because the thing is, we haven't even explored the metaverse. See, the only way you could connect to my universe on Polygon is with the NFTs. That is the price of entry. So as further developments are taking place in technology, you're always going to have access to this world. There, all your entertainment needs will be taken care of. And all of our other products and services, our other devices, all connect to the metaverse. From the speaker to the skateboard, the backpack, the sneakers, the shoes, the jacket, the hats, the jewelry, silver moissanite with NFC technology. You get what I'm trying to say? Augmented reality glasses, the headset, the smartphones, the video game system. We didn't even explore the video game system. Do you understand me? When you're talking about brands like Tamagotchi, Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, those are billion-dollar franchises on their own. So it puts everything into perspective. Think about it. Think about the potentialities. Even if we use the catalog just to bring in the new wave of the future, we need to have that digital footprint on the blockchain, Web3, etc. We need to be part of pioneering those different products and services because we are first. So we want to be first, which we are. We want a unique competitive advantage, which we have, right? And we want to be disruptors of an industry. This is an investment that does all of those things. It's not just limited to this. It's not just limited to that. There is so much more to consider. And because this doesn't exist, and because this is an all new breakdown, it changes everything because who knows an independent artist or the independent scene more than me? When I'm the biggest independent artist, I'm the biggest contributor to the underground. I'm the fucking biggest underdog. I'm everything. I've been doing this shit by myself, for this long, right? So think about the potentialities. Who are they going to trust if they know that I'm just building the way for the new artists? Because that is the long-term play. I gave you the short-term breakdown. I gave you the mid-term breakdown. And now I gave you the long-term. Because I need to secure that I have a nice retirement. A few $1 billion in my lifetime would be cool. But I have a huge family. And that's not going to, make it to all of them if all I have is a few $1 billion to work with. A few $1 billion I will probably spend on day one. So, give me one quick second. Now that I'm back in the office, let me put some sugar back into my body here. I need to hydrate. But that was a powerful meeting with you guys because I achieved one of my goals, right? To be able to process all this data. See, right now, it's like the incubation, right? Right now, it's thinking everything out in theory, applying it against the real world, and then seeing how we can still be innovative. Give me 1 second. Wow. Amazing. 1 second. One thing about apple juice is that shit delivers immediately. It's like your body's designed for it. It cools down your lungs, actually. So, to give you an example, right? This is what we're bringing to BlackRock. This is why Blackstone purchasing Hypnosis, which was their gamble. That's why they were loading up the catalog. They wanted to show EBITDA. Within a year, boom, liquidated. Maybe what? Not even 2 years. Just think about that. Elon Musk is worth $250 billion. and the whole planet Earth is cool with it. They want him to run for president. Ain't that a bitch? You understand me? So it puts everything in perspective. Now, taking all this newfound knowledge and understanding, because we've processed things, we've hashed it out, we've grinded it down to the pure metal, right? Now we understand the value of the proposition we're bringing to BlackRock or Blackstone, because it's not just about BlackRock. Blackstone is also a viable challenger because they also have the money to enter this field. Those companies have trillions of dollars in their system. With the interest they could invest in us, and it wouldn't scratch them in the slightest. You know, when you're walking through like a farm, or let's say a forest or a garden, and you know one of the bushels brushes up against you. It could be a flower, and brushes up against you. So you look at the flower, like, wow, what a beautiful flower. It wouldn't even do that. So power is about understanding where you are in the spectrum. Here I have this new idea. It could be the next Lyft, the next Uber, the next Keurig, the next George Foreman grill, the next iPhone, the next iPad, the next whatever. I'm going to the biggest companies because I feel that they fit what we're looking for. I think it would be a challenge and a disservice to us to go to get seed capital from a venture capital firm for $100 million. That's not enough for what we're trying to do. It doesn't mean that we couldn't work with that. Maybe we could allow investors like that to come in for a project like the tour or something like that. The tour would probably be about $100 million, about $2 million an event. But at every event, we're cleaning the house $10-20 million. 100 events, $10 million. How much is that? 10 times 10 is 100. That's $1 billion right there. That's a 10x. And again, these are just basic examples. Walking into the door, we need to know exactly who we are and where we stand, what we're willing to negotiate, and what we're not willing to even discuss. These negotiations will not be drawn out. This will be 2 to 3 meetings. First meeting for the proposal, second meeting to make the adjustment, and the third meeting to lay down, based on those first 2 events, what we're asking for. And it's either take it or leave it. First sign of hesitation, I'm walking out the door. I'm not saying nothing else. I'm grabbing my briefcase. I'm hinting at my staff, my lawyers, and we're just gonna, everybody ready? I'm gonna put the eyebrow like The Rock. I put the eyebrow up, everybody get up, we're walking out. There's nothing to talk about. We know exactly what we have. This is not gonna be like Big Weld in the movie Robots, right? Where the gentleman goes in and they're having this back and forth and he's just trying to get to Big Weld, right? This is not gonna be like that. We're good. We don't want to do business with just anybody. We don't want to bring this to just anybody, because at the end of the day, I can do this by myself. I can take $200-300 million and go create my DSP and go do everything else. Look at a company like Formless. They basically have a cheap version of my idea. They used $2 million to put it together. You understand me? They put it together, and that shit is, they don't have the music. They don't have a catalog. And the artist that helped put it all together doesn't have the catalog. He's no longer an artist. He became the sole artist that said, I think this is what's wrong with the game, so this is what I'm going to change. But brought nothing to the table. He brought credentials, and he was able to get the people to have better credentials to secure the funding. If I talk about an investment from, $10 to $100 million, they're already eclipsed out by a 5x factor. And I even understand what they're trying to do. But there's parts of the puzzle that they don't know and they don't understand. I have the fucking music. I cannot move my catalog to Formless without being the owner. My catalog is worth more than the company. Why the fuck would I give him my catalog? Why would I give them the fucking ammunition that they need to win the war? When I don't know what side of the war they're really sponsoring. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Light bulb. Why the fuck would I bring my catalog to Spotify and iTunes and fucking get, 0.0038 for a fucking penny? What are you think I'm a fucking crackhead? Are you crazy? I know how much every stream is worth. I know how much every click per million is and what it generates in ad revenue. You're not going to give me a part of that? You're going to charge me a storage fee? That's basically what you're doing. You're saying, all right, give me your talent, give me your catalog, and put it in this warehouse. And when people look at it, I'm going to give you less than a fucking penny. And people are like, yeah, great idea. No wonder so much companies have to spend so much in marketing, because you have to get so many fucking streams to generate $1. It's 400 to 1. Even if it was 300 to 1 or 200 to 1, it's still a fucking highway robbery. It should be 1 to 1. Put every fucking stream at 5 cents and notice how the game changes. What will happen in the market if people achieve that? You see, on the blockchain, we don't have to worry about that. A fucking stream could be $1, depending on the market that it is. The smaller the market, they can pay a nickel for a stream. They can pay a monthly subscription if that's the better option. Because now we're bringing in other artists, right? We're going to have more catalogs that we also need to administrate, right? At a cost, right? Duh. But we're not offering artists that bullshit. If any company came in today and offered artists a fucking nickel per stream, I'll have the whole music industry. Because by comparison, how much is that? You need 400 spins to make a fucking $1, right? 400 to make one motherfucking $1. How many nickels in a motherfucking $1? 20. On my platform, you can market, promote, advertise, whatever. And I'm going to pay you a nickel a fucking stream. 20 streams, you got $1. Compare that to 400. You know how much money you can make off a fucking song? Every day? All over the world? Because everything is the internet. No more that Nielsen shit with the fucking machines at the venues or at the malls, on radio, none of that bullshit. No. Fuck that. If you have an internet connection, you have a subscription, you can pay a monthly fee. The bigger your venue, the cheaper it is. You control all the venues inside of this mall? Great. Now you're a sub-distributor. Every company in that shopping mall that, pays a subscription fee, they have access to the catalog. Even the sound quality is better because I'm giving you the fucking masters. That shit is not compressed. That shit doesn't sound like pancakes. All music today sounds like pancakes. Anita Baker complains about it. The records sound like nothing. You're taking something as whole as it is and you're just pummeling it down to 2%. That's why you're fucking charging that much. So that would be my value-based proposition. Yo, we're going to play your masters. You're going to see every click, every view, every like. Everything is perpetuity. Everything is NFT-based. You're getting paid directly. We're just your business partners. You handle your thing. You be an artist. You be great. You do everything you need to do. We'll market together. And every time somebody comes to our platform, that's how much they're going to pay. They're going to pay because they value you. So now I'm going to be the reason why there's going to be more hip-hop millionaires or music billionaires. Direct to consumer. There's nothing to talk about. I'm an independent artist. I have all these great products and services. I have these great platforms. If you want to become a part of it, we're going to start you at this tier. And hopefully you blossom into the greatest of the new. And then you have opportunities and you remember us and you bring us into those opportunities. And that's how our company will scale and grow long term. I guarantee you it would change the industry because people would pay. If I charge what they charge monthly, oh my goodness, it's game over. I wouldn't even want to charge that much because I feel like, damn, these people, it's just like a bad situation all around. The music sucks. It's a fucking monopoly. The game is locked. New artists really can't move up the ladder. And those people could take your shit down like this for any reason. When everything's automated, everything is blockchain, everything is Web3, that shit is all automated. Nobody, has the right or the option or the choice or the power to do any of those things. Only the artist. That's another value-based proposition. Your catalog will live forever on the blockchain with our system. Long-term, generations, like we're in charge of your fucking descendants. We're going to make sure that they get that money forever. That's what we do. We're going to charge less than any bank or financial institution or place of storage of value to just administrate that. We are the bank. We are financing everything, even the investment. What am I telling BlackRock? Listen, I don't even need all the money. Let's just start. Let the catalog pay for everything else. Now we're partners, and we're happy receiving that perpetuity and those mechanical royalties. Now, if we ever need an advance for whatever reason, you make sure you supply a line of credit, and the trust fund is in place to protect both of our interests. It's a win-win situation, man. Now, how do you break that down into the context of, well, I still got to go on tour. I still have to work on the legalities for the proposals, for the business plans. I still have to do the marketing. I got to go knock on doors, kiss babies, and hug old ladies. I got to shake everybody's hand. I got to run for the president of the music industry and the music business. And this is elections, right? So every DSP has a voting right. Here I come with the new. I understand that whatever I do on the tour is going to lead to the NFT sale. And that NFT sale comes with verification from World Guinness Records, and it brings in people like a VaynerMedia and Gary Vaynerchuk, or similar people, because there are people still competing in that space. Now we negotiate with BlackRock and Blackstone, and we offer a buy-in because I need to make a profit now. I'm going to make a profit at the fucking point of purchase. I'm not going to wait. No. I need to make my profit now, and now we're business partners. I have a mutual respect. You guys, manage trillions of dollars. Well, this investment is a few $1 billion right now. Our goal is to get to that $1 trillion mark, and we can do that in the next 20 years. So this is a $500 billion play plus billion. This is 2-3 times what Elon Musk is making. I got to beat him by 2 or 3 times, or I got to get to $1 trillion before him, especially when you're factoring in inflation. Now, what happens just when you have that amount of money? The interest that comes from that money pays for everything. I'm going to repeat that again. The interest alone that comes from that money pays for everything. There's nothing that the company can default on because I can go to my trust fund and say, yo, I'm getting, 10, 15, 20% of my money. How much do you need right now? Boom, here's a check. How much do you need right now? Boom, here's a check. That's another way that we're going to repay back any liabilities. Because this is all an investment. It's all value-based. It's all money-based. So everything has a number. Okay, we borrowed $20 billion. All right, perfect. Here's 18. We're still business partners. Now we're just making payments on $2 billion. We're coasting. And if anything changes, we still have the trust fund. We have the amount that produces every single day as far as interest. That can also be diversified into any other business. The competition cannot win because I make all the decisions. We as a company make the best choices. So we know when to attack a market, when to attack the product or service or a company, because we're in a different realm. We don't exist in this fake ass universe. We're in the metaverse. To get into my world, you have to have my NFTs. It doesn't matter if you buy the shoes, the backpack, the jacket, the hat, the glasses, the headphones, the smartphone, the video game system, the fucking little Pokemon Tamagotchi. It doesn't matter what you buy. It's the only way to get in. And in that metaverse is creative expression at the highest level. It's pure entertainment. You're going to go to my digital stadium and pay in Tron to go watch me perform live. Anywhere that I go in the world. Do you know that anywhere I perform, all that shit is going to be streamed to all these devices? I have wearable technology. All that shit is connected to the blockchain. All that shit is connected to Web3. All that shit is connected to everything that I do forever. And then, not only for myself, for any other potentialities, such as bringing other artists with their catalogs. What do you think is going to happen when enough artists are already clearing their samples and clearing their liabilities with the labels? They're getting their masters back. They're remixing and remastering the shit. You think they're not going to want to come on board? 5 cents a stream? Right? We could share the ad revenue. That's not a problem. Right? We can charge the same that these people are charging, but I'll freeze the prices. People are paying $20 a month. That's what it's going to be forever. No matter what, because this is digital. We don't have an inventory. We don't have to worry about inflation. It is what it is from this point forward. And it can only get better because it's a structure that we can only build on. So for today, I feel I have conveyed everything that I want to convey to all of you guys. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. These TED Talks that we have every day are extremely important, not only for my business and my business ventures and my investments, but also for your business ventures, and your investments. We're here to learn from each other. We don't have all the answers. And like Dwayne The Rock Johnson told me yesterday, it's okay not to know all the answers. We don't know. We're just traveling into the unknown. It's like saying, okay, we're going to put all this money and we're going to start exploring space. Well, what the fuck is up there? We don't know. And people put billions of dollars behind that shit. So what the fuck is the difference? We know Earth. We know humans. We know music. We know how people consume music. We know what the market is worth right now in its infancy and still in the analog stage. When we're talking blockchain, Web3, and things of that nature, we're talking the fucking future. The real digital shit hasn't happened yet. It's in the process. I'm going to start the real digital shit on the blockchain, Web3, in my universe. In my universe, you're going to be able to create your own universe. And that's why you're there, because we're all part of this excellent universe. And in my universe, you're going to be able to fucking teleport and time travel between universes. So when you go into Venom R1's universe, you'll be part of my universe. And then after you explore that entire universe, now you have the right to go and create your own universe. You can use some of my templates, which are already readily available, or you could create your own. It's like creating your own video game system that you get to upgrade, and you get to create new games all the time. Every song becomes a movie, every movie becomes a series, every series becomes, a series or stream, a session of shows, and it just keeps breaking down. Technology is only going to make things faster. So the demand for entertainment, music, and movies and film and shit like that, oh man, you guys have no idea. Look at podcasts. Everything is Siri, everything is Alexa, everything is voice commands. ChatGPT is exploring that shit. These are just examples. This is going to be the norm. It's like people living in houses. If you build a house, somebody is going to rent it, somebody's going to buy it, somebody's going to lease it. If you build a car, somehow, some way, somebody's going to find its way or their way to the ownership of that vehicle. And they're going to use it. If you buy my smartphone because you want the NFTs and you want the music, it's an investment play long term, it's okay, because in the meantime, those first few years, you're going to have a top of the line phone that's modular and you can modify and upgrade. That's it. If somebody wants a yellow processor for my phone, they can have it. If they want it to be blue, orange, red, green, it doesn't matter. Everything is modular, from the board to everything else. So the makers are going to love my phone because they're going to be able to understand that, you know what, you don't need to knock it off. You don't need to make a copy of it because this copy is modular. It's built for you to upgrade it and change it. So what would be the point? I just put it together for you in this format, right? So why would you go get other parts and try to outperform something that's giving you the opportunity from the beginning for you to upgrade it? So instead of going to knock off my shit and make a cheap copy of it, you can improve whatever you want on it. You want a better chip? That's how you open it. Boom, you change the chip. It has the instructions. We're going to be part of the process with you. We're going to give you the schematics. Shout out to the Louis Rossman group. You know what I'm saying? We're going to give you everything that you need. We're going to be a part of this. We're in this thing together. We're just facilitating how to get your access to the key to get inside the door to this metaverse. So now that we've conveyed that to the universe, now we let the universe make its move. Because I'm poking at the universe and I'm saying, yo, this is the direction I'm taking. This is what I want to do. I know there's going to be challenges. Yesterday, emotionally, was one of the biggest challenging days for me. I had to go into deep prayer meditation. I had to find a way to balance myself. And today, with that small effort, I see the benefits. Because none of this that we're sharing here, we're captivating a moment in time, just like my NFTs. All my music are moments frozen in time, right? Forever. For the whole world to enjoy and see, right? We're capturing these thoughts because the mind was rested, because there was a pressure release valve that was opened. Now I can see the beauty of nature and the birds and the trees and the wind flowing and the light, and everything is just beautiful. We woke up, we hit the ground running, we got down to business, we broke down what we need to do. Now, when this goes live, I'll be in my office doing all my other office work, and I have other things to do, like, you know, I have to teach online, I got content creation, I got some music to put together. While I'm doing that, I'm listening to all of this. This is shared with my entire team, my family members, my loved ones, my business partners, my colleagues. It puts us back into a position of privilege and power because we're organized, because now we know we have a monthly calendar with weekly reports, with daily reports where we're checking, okay, we reached out to this company, we did this, we did that. Like, we have a checklist. Every single day we are operating our company, and it's going to be no different. This is all training for everybody in my family. It's going to be no different once an agreement is reached. You understand me? So this is why this is so important and is so powerful. My question to you, my inclination to you, my advice to you is, how can you implement anything that you've learned here today from my unique experience to your situation? How can I help you? It's probably one of the biggest mantras or mottos that we have in our company. We're just here to do business. How can I help you? How can I bring value to you? As an artist, I wanted to share my day-to-day life with the universe so that people knew and understood that I was an entrepreneur as well as being an artist. And it's been proven. It's not just Jay-Z that is considered witty and smart and whatever. People like Choke No Joke broke it down to you that it's really a lot of the people around him, but it doesn't matter. You still have to attribute that person for being able to put those people around him. You understand what I'm saying? That's still business savvy and intelligence right there. But he's not the only one. He just happened to be a perfect template and a perfect example for me to model after. I'm on the next level. And my goal is to inspire even one person in the universe to do the same. You see, when I listened to a Tupac record and he said that I won't change the world, but I will spark the mind that will change the world, I felt that he was talking directly to me. When I listened to a Jay-Z album, I was learning English. He was my English teacher. I had to filter the people around me to decipher what he was saying and how he was saying it. But now I'm doing the same for the next generation. And regardless of Tupac, Biggie, Nas, and Jay-Z's accolades, I'm the one person that listened to all of them. And I know that there's somebody somewhere out there in the world, even in this generation, in this lifetime, that's doing the absolute same. So if I can inspire one person and motivate one person, I'm already satisfied with that. I'm happy with the universe because it fulfills me. My happiness is in seeing the happiness of the people that I care about. Seth Godin told me, do things that you love for people that care. This is not for everybody. This is not a one-size-fits-all shoe. No, this is specifically for the people that meet the criteria. They understand technology. They love the historical component of the art. They understand the art. This is their way to participate, contribute, and be a part of something great and amazing. And it's available for everybody. It's affordable for everybody. How far we go, I don't know. We're going to build this new universe. First, I just wanted to build a country or a city or a nation in the blockchain. Now I'm like, no, I need to build a universe. I want my own planet Earth and my own sun and my own moon and my own this, that, and the third. And in my metaverse, I want to put all the planets that we know about. And I want to make every single destination like a different channel in a network. So one universe will be just movies. One will be just music. One will be just video games. One will be just fashion. One will be just art. Like, not only do I want to create that experience for my audience and my listenership, my viewers, but I want to create that for everybody else that's part of it. Because my metaverse is a party. It's like a fucking whole universe of just having a good time and disconnecting from this fake ass matrix. Does that make sense? That's what I'm really providing to the people. I'm bringing them into my universe. And in my universe, I can listen to a Tupac album while I'm writing a business plan. I can listen to a Jay-Z album while I'm putting together a business proposal. I can still function. I can watch TV while I'm doing my homework. I can teach a class while I'm getting my business done. And I can share everything that I'm learning the same way that you guys are learning from me. I'm learning from all of you guys. And it doesn't matter if one person listens to my show. I've published 24 books. I've authored 8,000 fucking songs. I've authored the 24 books as well. Fucking, everything that I've learned that God has given me, I have shared it with the world. What more can I do? It's not about how many book sales, how many streams, how many clicks, likes, reviews. None of that bullshit matters to me. If it can help one person, I've done my job.
One person.
So
one person.
Use the mantra that we use in our company. One, we only build successful businesses.
One.
Two, how can I help you? How can I bring value to you?
How can I help you?
You understand me?
How can I bring value
That's
to
it.
you? How can I
Help
solve
one
your
person.
problems?
Help one person. How can you bring value to one person? That's it. How can you help one person by bringing value to them? That's the question of the day. What can you do to make a difference in all of these circumstances, in all of these things? What can you do differently? How can you help one person? I leave you guys with that. May you have an amazing day today. May you conquer everything that's in your path. May everything that you touch turn into solid gold bars and beautiful, precious gemstones such as moissanite and lab-grown diamonds. Always remember to dream big because dreams come true. It happened to me, and I know for a fact it's going to happen to you. Thank you guys so much. God bless. This has been one of my favorite business meeting, Gathering of the Minds podcast, whatever you guys want to call it. I just appreciate it so much. And if I can help one person, I will be grateful and honored and satisfied to do so with the universe. God bless you all. Voltron R1. See you guys on the next one.
That was fucking phenomenal, yo. If I could please get a round of applause to myself. Allow me to reintroduce myself, nigga, this ain't Hove. You guys already I figured out by now that I'm the artist with the same voice as the Jigga Man. He was born first, so I have to say that. There were actually another 4 or 5 artists. We all have a similar signature when we speak. For example, when I record, it's very clear. So that's a better way to train people's ears. In the very beginning of my career, of course, you know, the comparisons and, you know, people in the industry and shit like that. And I had to make these 8,000 songs to show you that I wasn't playing. So Jay-Z is my grandchild now. I have like, if Jay-Z has 200 songs, that's 5 times more. Times 40, I got 40 more times music than the Jigga Man. But I love Jigga. I know Jay-Z in real life, Sean Corey, before the fame, and I know the real Jay-Z, not the Jay-Z you guys know. So shout out to Marcy Project, shout out to 1199, shout out to my management team, J.O. And you know, we're Brooklyn strong out here. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm from the Bronx, I know my English album is Marcy Projects, but we're not here to talk about my career accolades. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to brag and boast. You know, I'm a religious man, so only an artist on stage, off stage, man of God, family man, husband, brother, father, friend, mentor, colleague, and an alumni of life. I'm a student, and I learn from you guys just the same. So you guys inspire me every day. Now we're going to start with today's class. Um, as always, I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes to get yourselves going. I already have everything preloaded on my main terminal. And let's go ahead and open up all of our apps. And now that I'm using, actually this one I have pretty loaded. Let me see if I can use, I don't want to mess with this. So I know it's gonna suck up juice, but that's fine. The last thing I need is Listín Diario, right? Dominicano, because we're gonna do the Spanish news. We're gonna do the Dominican news. And then we are going to go to, let's go to Google News. Google News. Let's go to Google News and we're going to queue up technology. If you guys give me one quick second while you guys are getting in, let me send a quick message. Let me just respond. This is one of my business partners in Venezuela. Hold on. Actually, let me send the message through here. Give me one quick second. Let me shut this down. Right? All right. Also, one thing I wanted to mention on the radio show and the podcast, the reaction videos are doing pretty good. Like the podcast that we're doing, we did Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I did a lecture earlier today. I listened to a TED Note talk from Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was on religion. It's some cool information on there. Oh yeah, let me send this message real quick so that I can continue. Note to myself, I need to reach out to Loberline and to Shapiro tomorrow. I won't be able to make it today. Let me see. Let me send this message. Let's send this real quick. Let me send this message. Okay. Let me send it both ways so that he knows. Let me send this and close this. And we'll wait for this. Okay, close this out. All right. So now that we've essentially done that, what else do I need to do? All right. So let's start with commodities, right? Oh, wait a minute. No. My bad. All right, you guys are in, right? Let me check the time so that we can. Okay, official test start time 2:10. Okay. Very quickly, go on Google News, type in technology, and when you type in technology, and okay, we got a good one already. I already like what I'm seeing here. Let me see. Mm, X, no. Let's do 3 and 3 because we're gonna do business today as well. So we're gonna go Samsung Galaxy. We're gonna go PlayStation, and let's see this. No, this is dumb. I'm not gonna do that. That's horrible. All right. So we have our 3 queued in for technology. Let's do 2 on business, okay? That way you guys get the full experience. You know what I mean? This is a trip too because I'm using more than one input, so I'm like monitoring everything. Okay. For business, let's go. Ooh, this is a good one. I don't like the source, but nah, we'll do it just because we have to be, we have to be neutral, right? This is a good one. That's a good one. Ah, okay, not bad. So I should be reading about this on the other side of the news. Hold on. Whoa, okay. Let's this is another good one too, man. You know what? Oh man, it's kind of hard not to do this one. All right, you know what? Why we need to do that article? We need to do it because it's technology. We definitely need to do it because it's technology. All right. So we have for technology we have 3. For business we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? All right. So that's good. We'll add a little variety on the Dominican Republic newspaper. When you go to listindiano.com, go to health, go to salud. Salud, SALUD, means health in Spanish. Of course, pop-up ads. This is what I hate. I hate, God. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, God. But I hate when they do that. You know, smaller countries, so every little thing you click is boom, advertising, advertising, advertising. Nope, not going into politics. Maybe now all of these are going at the same time. Let's erase some of this power. Okay, 5958 on the PBD podcast so that we're on cue. See if that's working. Okay, perfect. All right. So let's go back really quickly. And let's see what we have. If there's nothing in health, then we'll have to do it in English. Okay. You have some good ones, man. Let's see. We had to pick one. These two are good. X this out. Okay. Um, let's go with eyesight since we're going to be doing that. And we'll go back and we'll do leukemia afterwards, okay? Because it's important for our people to know. Now you know what I could do with my other terminal, because I am sucking up all the power, right? Let's open one more and we'll do the leukemia on this one. Listing diario. Okay, same thing. We'll go to health and we will go to our articles. And for today, because we're adding more business, and I know we have more on the other classes, we'll just kind of go from there. Okay. So we're going to go health, and we're going to go to this discussion of leukemia. We're going to talk about that. So that'll be our health. There's an article on babies, but we will do that afterwards. Right? So let's go to this one. That way we can rock and roll hard bodies. So this will go in front of aerodynamics. Okay. So are we ready? Let's do the Dominican news first. So that way we can just fly off the hinges from there, right? All right. So now this, close this out because I know this one is just, oh my goodness, I already spinning. One quick second, give it a second to load. Okay, perfect. No, wrong one. El 70% de casos son curables, afirmó el directivo farmacéutico durante una charla como motivo del mes del cáncer hematológico, acento, hematológico, HEMATOLO, acento, GICO, Agencia EFE, México. La leucemia linfoblástica aguda, LLA, el tipo de cáncer de la sangre en el que la médula, o sea, produce una gran cantidad de glóbulos blancos anormales. Puede curarse si existe una detección temprana y se puede concluir con el tratamiento, aseguró AFE Max Sarachaga, director médico de AMEN México, filial de una de las campañas. Ese tipo de leucemia tiene como principales pacientes a los niños de entre 1 y 4 años, de los cuales, por lo menos en México, el 70% de casos son curables. Afirmó. Dame un segundo. Yo no entiendo por qué allá básicamente escriben 2 veces lo que dice el artículo. No entiendo por qué. Es como el estilo de escritura allá es como una reflexión. No entiendo. Eso no tiene sentido. Ok. Ok. Aunque sean menos casos, este tipo de cáncer también se empieza a diagnosticar a partir de los 50 años. A diferencia de los niños, la posibilidad de curación disminuye por 2 razones fundamentales, porque tienden a ser cánceres o tumores más agresivos y porque los adultos después de los 50 años no toleran la intensidad del tratamiento que sí toleran los niños. Un tratamiento efectivo. ¿Okay? Un poquito de delay ahí, no hay problema. Un tratamiento efectivo. La cura de esta patología oncológica, como de muchas otras, está estrechamente relacionada con la detección temprana. En ese caso, cuando se presentan infecciones recurrentes, anemia, malestar general, poca energía, decaimiento o sangrados, sin que haya habido un golpe o un traumatismo importante, ya son signo de alerta. Lo más importante es iniciar el tratamiento lo antes posible, una vez detectado el problema. Esto es un reto para los sistemas sanitarios en países latinoamericanos, donde aún no estamos a la par de economías más avanzadas. Reflexiona. Los tratamientos se dividen en 3 fases, tanto en niños como en adultos. La primera es la inducción, que tarda aproximadamente 2 meses. Después está la solidación, que son varios meses de tratamiento. Y finalmente, el mantenimiento, lo que hace que el tratamiento dure 2 a 3 años, para que posteriormente los pacientes entren en la fase de remisión, es decir, que la enfermedad desaparezca. Los tratamientos han cambiado y han evolucionado. Para el caso de LLA, existe un medicamento que es un anticuerpo bioespecífico, una proteína que junta dentro del organismo del paciente las células tumorales de esta enfermedad con unos glóbulos blancos que se llaman linfocitos T y que destruyen al tumor. Tenemos la infraestructura y el personal médico adecuado, no en suficiente número como quisiéramos en Latinoamérica, pero ya tenemos tratamientos que son capaces de curar a estos pacientes. Haz Severa Sarachaga. Los retos de América Latina. El tratamiento de la LLA requiere un equipo multidisciplinario con dermatólogos y otros especialistas. Denme un segundito. Let's free up some power here, right? Because I realize that these things are slowing down my broadcast really for no reason, because all I need to do is go back to my source, right? And then I can open up whatever I need. That way to simplify it, because I really had a freeze. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Okay. From the top. Regresamos arriba. El tratamiento de la LLA requiere un equipo multidisciplinario con hematólogos y otros especialistas. Esto representa un reto en América Latina, porque hay pacientes que viven muy lejos de las grandes capitales, lo que los obliga muchas veces a dejar los tratamientos para la cura de la leucemia, que si no es tratada de manera urgente es mortal. Es una enfermedad agresiva, mortal, si no se inicia el manejo de inmediato, comentó. México registra 5,000 nuevos casos de leucemia anualmente en menores de 19 años y alrededor de 3 de cada 4 casos diagnosticados con LLA. En el caso de Colombia, durante el 2023 hubo un aumento del 37% en casos de pacientes menores de 18 años con esta enfermedad, mientras que en Perú anualmente se diagnostica de cáncer a unos 1,300 niños, de los cuales la leucemia constituye 1 de cada 3 casos. Mi gente, la salud es importante. Se llama leucemia linfoblástica aguda, LLA. Perfección. Ok, entonces, ahora vamos a ver cómo podemos hacer esto. Tengo una idea. Denme un segundito. Voy a buscar aquí si tengo la aplicación para utilizar esta plataforma en más de una circunstancia. Denme un segundito. Vamos a buscar por aquí dónde fue que la puse, porque yo sé que la tengo. Mira lo mejor que puedo hacer. Vamos al mercado y vamos a buscarla. A ver si la tengo. Porque ya tenemos una idea de lo que vamos a hacer. Ok. Ok, denme un segundito. Ok. Perfecto. Vamos a ir con tecnología. Bueno, ahí la tengo por lo menos. Oh, ese es el video, ese es eso. Ven acá, me cambiaron algo aquí, ¿qué fue? What happened? Oh, lo encontré aquí en Businessware, ¿no? Ok, la vamos a hacer en vivo. Mientras tanto, ahora vamos a cambiar al formato de inglés porque tenemos que chequear el mercado. Entonces, por lo menos, tengo más poder aquí. Esto todavía yo no entiendo, mi gente. Que es como que ellos diseñaron eso para la aplicación, porque no entiendo por qué me está pasando todo. Ok, perfecto. Darle un ajuste a ustedes, ¿verdad? Nuevo comienzo, ¿verdad? Perfecto. Ahí encendido. Ok. So, now let's move on to the markets and we shall begin. If you guys need a break, if you need to stretch, go ahead, stretch, hydrate. I have some water here. Let's take a break. Breaks are good. Baby steps, giant leaps. So I want you to say to yourselves, this is my job. I'm getting it done. I'm doing the damn thing. I'm getting my education. I'm making the time. I'm making the effort and the commitment, right? We don't know how this is going to help us in business in the future, but we know that we're putting all the knowledge that we need to get things going. 1 second. And here we go. Let's start the day with gold prices. We make sure I have full power. Got full power, baby. All right, gold in the red, 0.12%. Pull out my beautiful stylus here so we can get the damn thizzle done. Okay, gold in the red, 0.12%, $2,625.44 per ounce. The troy ounce of silver in the red, 0.06%, $30.68. Platinum in the green, 0.04%, $960.62 per ounce. Palladium in the red, 0.23%, $1,027.71. Copper 3M, the Green Ranger, baby, 0.72%, $9,545 even. What's the price of chocolate? In the red, 0.59%, $7,699 even for the pallet. Coffee in the red, 3.88%. In the red, $252.40 a pallet. Sugar in the green, 2.67%, $22.65. Let's compare that with silver. Silver is still leading the tide, $5 more. How much is that? 68 versus 65. So $5.03, something like that. Okay, orange juice. In the green, 3.31%, $492 even a pallet. Okay, we'll do the docs and we'll do the indices tomorrow. So to give you a heads up, we'll do the Americas, Europe, and Asia's. Right? Indices look good. Currencies, let's go to your top 20 coins. You guys ready? Here we go. Bitcoin in the red, 0.44%, $63,328. 734 of a penny. Ethereum in the green, 2.58%. That's odd. That's an anomaly right there. 2,647 and 9,131 of a penny. Bitcoin Cash, 0.26%, $342. 48,563 of a penny. Dogecoin in the green, 1.72%, 0.10 cents, 8,229 of a penny. Litecoin in the red, 2.52%, $67.04, 8,126 of a penny. Tron in the Green Ranger, baby, 0.33%, 15 cents, 2,400 of a penny. Tether coin in the red, 0.01% at 99 cents, 9,900 of a penny. Solana in the green, 0.14%, $144.87 even. XRP, Ripple in the red, 0.39%, which is a good thing. 0.58 cents, 5,961 of a penny. Avalanche in the green, 0.37%, $27.40, 9,000 of a penny. Daicoin in the green, 0.01%, 99 cents, 9,900 of a penny. It is the same price as Tethercoin. Tethercoin is down, Daicoin is up. Tethercoin is down 1%, Daicoin is up 1%. That'll be something to look into. We could do a market research on that. If you guys want extra credit, do the report. We'll give you extra credit on that. Binance Coin in the green, 2.72%, $604, 9 cents, 998th of a penny. US dollar coin in the red, 0.01%, same as Daicoin. No, same as Tethercoin. But it looks like those three currencies are balancing it out for market cap. 99 cents, 9,900 of a penny. Polkadot in the green, 3.39%, $4.45, 4,000th of a penny. Cardano in the green, 3.47%, 36 cents, 4,000th of a penny. Near Protocol in the green, 14.29%. Wow, that's the home run of the day. $5.16, 5,000th of a penny. Unisat Coin in the red, 3.83%, $5.54, $4,900. Toncoin in the green, 0.33%, $5.63, 8,500. Chainlink in the green, 2.47%, $11.39, 4 thousandths of a penny. And Shiba Inu in the red, 0.69%, at 0.0000145. It's holding steady. What can I say? Tech news. You guys ready? Um, this one I have. Oh, I get it. I see. Let's go there. Biden administration suggests ban on Chinese software in vehicles in the United States. The United States Department of Commerce recommended on Monday that Chinese software and hardware be banned from vehicles driving inside the country, citing security concerns as the reason behind such a suggestion. When foreign adversaries build software to make a vehicle, that means it can be used, can be remotely controlled, which threatens the privacy and Americans on the road. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo remarked at a briefing. Given all the technology the cars are connected to nowadays, it isn't difficult to see how the country's adversaries could utilize this, Raimondo warned, adding that in extreme situations, all the vehicles could be shut down or taken control of. While China was at the center of the potential regulation, Russia was also mentioned. No comments. I understand what they did, but, you know, moving on. Okay. Um, okay. Let's bring this back. CEO Binance saw a 40% increase in institutional corporate investors. Corporate cryptocurrency exchange Binance had an increase, Richard Ting told CNBC News in an interview. Allocation into crypto by institutions is just at the tip of the iceberg. It's beginning because of a lot of them. We are seeing a huge in terms of institutional and corporate investors. We have seen a 40% increase in onboarding in that category throughout the course of this year alone. He added, without naming specific firms or sharing how large they were. Tang noted how Binance shifted from a founder led company to a board with 7 directors, a format he said is more familiar to regulators. Ethereum versus the dollar, once again in the green, 0%, $2,000, 648.37 cents. Bitcoin versus the US dollar in red, 0.03% at 63,307 even. Ethereum is in the green, by the way. Just wanted to make sure we did that. Okay. So now moving on. Let's see here. Mm, okay, let's go. Please log on to TheVerge.com for today's by Jay Peters, a news editor who writes about technology, video games, and virtual worlds. He submitted several accepted emoji the Unicode PlayStation's next state of play will cover more than 20 PS5 and PSVR 2 games. The presentation happening Tuesday takes place just 2 days before PS5 Pro pre orders go on sale. Photo by Antonio G. D. Benedetto, The Verge. Get ready to see more PlayStation games. Sony is hosting a State of Play presentation tomorrow, September 24th, and the company says it will feature news and updates on more than 20 upcoming PS5 and PSVR 2 games from studios around the world. Sony says the State of Play will be more than 30 minutes long, and you'll be able to watch it at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. on YouTube and Twitch. The show is taking place just 2 days before pre orders for the PS5 Pro are available. Sony's initial presentation about the PS5 Pro was a little lacking, so hopefully, we'll get some better looks at games that will be enhanced by the new console. In a May state of play, Sony shared information about Astrobot, one of the best games of the year, and Concord, which was a disastrous flop that Sony took offline shortly after it launched. Not bad, not bad. And all right, let's keep going with Apple, man. Let's do the damn thizzle, right? All right, here we go. Please log on to Forbes.com. And thank you for sponsoring today's episode. Apple's new iPhone 16 Pro delivers delight and disappointment by Evan Spence, senior contributor. Evan Spence covers the digital world of mobile technology. Of the iPhone 16 Pro and the design changes to make the iPhone a more repairable smartphone. Apple's community is preparing to enjoy the latest iPhone hardware with the highest specifications, a new and physical user interface around the camera, and the transformative power of AI. While these will delight, they all arrive with an air of disappointment. The team at iFixit have undertaken the customary teardown of a new smartphone to assess how it has been put together and, more importantly, how easy it is for users to repair. This is one area in which Apple has made noticeable improvements. Servicing and replacing batteries have been improved, although not every iPhone model is getting every change. First, the iPhone 16 and the iPhone 16 Plus models have a new adhesive that keeps the battery in place. Rather than requiring pure force to separate the battery, passing an electronic current the adhesive will loosen it. While the iPhone 16 Pro does not have this update, it does have a new casing around the battery cells rather than the software material used in older models. The iPhone 16 Pro battery now comes with a more traditional hard shell casing, which offers more protection in case of a screwdriver or tool slipping and impacting the power source. Finally, the iPhone 16 Pro has a tweak to the physical design that allows the battery to be replaced through either the front or the back of the smartphone, whichever is more practical given the circumstances. And while the iPhone 16 Pro Max misses out on all of these battery changes, the steps toward a more repairable iPhone will be welcome across the industry, even if issues around using DRM to lock parts to an individual iPhone remain. Writing for the Power On newsletter, Mark Gurman highlights the side effects of the delayed introduction of Apple Intelligence. It is being released in 3 stages over the next 6 months: iOS 18.1 in October, iOS 18.2 in December, and iOS 18.3 in March. That long cycle of releases stands in stark contrast to both the presentations made by Tim Cook and his team at the iPhone launch and the advertising company being run alongside the new smartphones. This is where Apple is being a little disingenuous with its marketing. The company claims the iPhone 6 is the first model built from the ground up for Apple Intelligence. The reality is that the processor and other hardware in isn't meaningful for AI. The key factor is 8 gigabytes of memory, the minimum required to run Apple Intelligence. The power users who look forward to new software features and hardware choices will likely be owners of last year's iPhone 15 Pro or 15 Pro Max. While Apple can count on some of these to be automatic upgrades, perhaps they are on Apple iPhone program or are simply the sort of fans. The specifications may be higher than the iPhone 15 models they replace, but they are not significantly higher. The display can go a little dimmer and a little brighter as required. The A18 Pro chipset runs faster than the iPhone 15 Pro's A17 Pro, which was already enough to cope with most of the iPhone's demands. Apple has increased the memory with a view to supporting new AI tools, and the battery life when watching videos has increased. Are larger and more welcoming than 12 months ago, but none feel like progress. Instead, Apple has kept pace with wider industry trends, and as the only manufacturer of iPhones, those looking for something a bit better have no choice but to buy the iterative update. But there's one area where Apple has innovated hard. Following on from the introduction of the programmable action button to the iPhone 15 Pro and 15 Pro Max last year, Apple has gone button crazy. The action button is now available over all four iPhone 16 models, and the second capacitive button has been added. The camera control buttons acts as a shutter button, but thanks to its capacitive nature, it can offer a multitude of functions, all accessible under a single finger. This includes controls for exposure and depth of field, along with photo filters, zoom, and switching between photo and video modes. There's no doubt that the camera control button is a welcome addition to the interface. Forbes contributor David Phelan picks out this one change as a game changer for the shutterbugs. There is a learning curve here, but it's shallow and easily managed, and the results are terrific. This is easily the best way to shoot video and stills on an iPhone, with perfect placing of the button and fast and responsive mechanics in the control itself. The camera can one of the delights of the new iPhone design, but it's arguably the only significant addition to the package. Does one button make a banquet? There is, of course, one elephant in the room: artificial intelligence. The iPhone 16 family has been heralded as the first to be built for Apple Intelligence. The use of generative AI in smartphones burst into the public consciousness with the Google Pixel 8 and Pixel 8 Pro in October 2023, and the second generation of the software in August 2024. Since then, Apple's generative AI system, the clunky back running Apple Intelligence, has been presented to the press twice by Apple, first at June's Worldwide Developer Conference, and then at the launch of the iPhone 16 family itself. Yet it is still not available for public release. The first hints of generative AI will be added to iOS in the version 18.1 update due in October, with the addition of the iconic Chat GPT not happening until December, and the core functionality, as seen across the Android platform, may arrive by March 2025. The most significant innovation in the smartphone space will not be available to iPhone users until spring that year. Next year, in that same window, the majority of Android users will have seen not only the full suite of first generation generative AI, but will have received the updated second generation software. Even with the most generous reading of the Apple is not first, but Apple is the best mythic storytelling. Apple has missed the boat on AI and is struggling to catch up. AI has changed the smartphone game, and Apple promises that Apple Intelligence will do that when it finally arrives. For now, it is impossible to judge if Tim Cook and his team have called it correctly. The camera control button has improved the camera game, yet it would be remiss not to mention that the software on this is not ready either, and key features such as a half press to hold focus are expected in a later update, but Apple has not offered a timescale. Finally, the top Trump styled raising of each specification by a few percentage points each year brings us more battery life, brighter screens, faster processors, and more memory. There are moments of delight, the promise of more, and the allure of the Apple brand. Ultimately, the iPhone 16 Pro and iPhone 16 family as a whole is little more than an iterative update on last year's iPhone 15 Pro. You can follow him on Twitter and LinkedIn and check out his website. Ewan Spence is a BAFTA nominated podcaster and reporter covering the fast moving world of smartphones, tablets, laptops, and mobile technology. He has covered the mobile space since the early days of the Scion and Palm PDAs, through the rise and fall of Nokia, Symbian, and Windows Phone, to the present day dominance of Android and iOS. His work was featured on the BBC World Service, NPR in the United States, BBC News, the BBC World Service, LBC, Sky News, and The Guardian in the United Kingdom. Follow Spence for the latest coverage of Apple, Google, Microsoft, Samsung, Android, and more. Now, that is an amazing article. This is why you have to just commemorate people when they do something like that. Like, I really greatly appreciate it. Okay, let's go with Boeing real quick. We'll go to business now, okay? The Seattle Times. Please log on to the seattletimes.com and thank you for sponsoring today's episode. Boeing offers 30% pay hike to tepid response from striking machinists, Boeing and Aerospace. Picketing Boeing machinists and others waved to cars as they passed by. Eller and Banner, The Seattle Times, by Dominic Gates and Lauren Rosenblatt. Boeing substantially raised its contract offer to the Machinists Union Monday in an effort to end the strike that threatens to damage the company. The new offer was delivered just after 9 a.m. via telephone to the Machinists negotiating team and then electronically, said Boeing chief negotiator Mike Fitzsimmons. Boeing released the details publicly less than 2 hours later. This is the largest offer we've ever offered this union or any other union, Fitzsimmons said in an interview. We hope it addresses the concerns of both the union and the members, and we hope they vote it soon. Workers who spoke with the Seattle Times Monday said Boeing's offer did not go far enough to increase pay or retirement benefits. They were also surprised to see it came to their inboxes from Boeing rather than union leadership. A more move that left some feeling that the company was trying to undermine union leadership. Boeing said the new offer would boost average annual pay for machinists from $75,608 today to $111,155 in 4 years. In addition to a bigger wage hike, the new offer restores the machinist's annual bonus, doubles the lump sum payment for voting to accept, and adds another 2% of company matching contributions to the 401k retirement savings plan. All other terms of the previous contract offer stay the same, including the commitment to build Boeing's next new jet in the Puget Sound region. The timing of the offer is clearly aimed at bringing the work stoppage to a rapid end as the first impacts from striking loom for union members. They will soon miss their first full paycheck and will lose their company health care coverage at the end of this month if the strike continues. However, the initial reaction from some union workers was negative. A total of 14 workers picketing outside the Renton factory Monday afternoon told the Seattle Times they would vote against the new offer. It's not what we wanted. I think we need more than that. We deserve more than that. And we deserve more than they offered us, said An Van, a mechanic on the Renton final assembly line who had brought his infant daughter to the picket line. Veteran machinist Robert Falkowski, who works on the Air Force KC-46 tanker in Everett, said via telephone that all the guys I've been talking to saying no. I'll say no. It's not bad, he added. It's getting there. Wants more movement to increase retirement contributions. The union agreement expressed surprise that the offer was released to the media without any negotiation, even as union leaders were discussing how to get back to the bargaining table. We have had zero talks or communication with the Boeing company or their negotiators since mediation broke off on Wednesday, the statement said. Fitzsimmons said new Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg was heavily involved in coming up with the new offer. Boeing's vice president, Peter Johnson, who leads and heads the fabrication unit and was a key member of the contract negotiating team, in an interview laid out why Boeing wants a strike. The sooner we get it, Johnson said. The new offer increases of a 12% raise immediately and 6% each year in the remaining 3 years. And the annual bonus that was taken away in the earlier offer, essentially reducing the expected pay increase well below 25%, is restored. That adds a variable addition bump to pay generally worth around 4% each year. However, since the amount of that annual bonus is based on productivity and quality metrics, this year after serious quality lapse caused the Alaska Airlines signing bonus so that each machinist would get $6,000 upon ratification. Johnson said the new offer is a response to a broad rejection of the first one. It was clear when the first vote occurred that there was a disconnect between what we thought we had achieved in the tentative agreement and where we are today, Johnson said Monday, from multiple sources, and we're making our best effort to balance the realities we have in our business today with promoting the team that builds these magnificent airplanes. Some machinists interviewed Monday reacted negatively to the offer, at least in part because they distrust management and see the company releasing the details publicly rather than in negotiations as an attempt to go over the heads of the union leaders. That was, to me, another sidestep and lack of respecting the protocol, said Rachel Sarzinski, a team lead on the 777X in Everett. We have union leadership for a reason. She said she'd already talked about 13 machinists who were unanimous in stating they would reject the offer. At a picket line on the corner of the Renton factory Monday, the atmosphere was cheerful with pop music blaring, signs waving, and a chorus of honks from cars driving by. Yet the machinists interviewed there expressed frustration and doubt that Boeing is bargaining in good faith. 6 wing line machinists there all said they would not accept this latest offer because although closer to what they want, it isn't enough given the cost of living in the area. Picketing at another corner, Robert Burkhardt, a machine repair mechanic in Renton, said it's not the offer we want. I'll be out there as long as the membership is out there, he said. And Jorge Donis, a 17-year Boeing veteran, said the offer was not even close to our target. He said he is prepared to wait until Boeing restores the pension. He considered and considers the 401k an inadequate replacement because its value is not guaranteed and depends on the stock market. The new contract proposal does not restore that traditional defined benefit pension, as Donis and others had hoped. The Fitzsimmons indicated this won't be considered. There is no scenario where the company reactivates a defined benefit pension for this or any other population, he said. They're prohibitively expensive, and really, that's why virtually all private employers have transitioned away from them to defined contribution plans, referring to 401k type retirement savings plans. Rather than revert to the former retirement plan, the new offer adds another 2% of company contribution to each employee's 401k, increasing that to a total of up to 2% of base pay. That consists of an automatic company match of 4% of total annual plus pay, plus a match of employee contributions up to 8% of base pay. The previous offer also included an additional Boeing contribution to retirement savings, presented as compensation for the lost bonus, but with those funds going into an International Association of Machinists Union 401k plan rather than the existing company plan for each employee. Many machinists reacted with suspicion to this detail of their money going into a union pension fund, speculating that it was a financial incentive to the union to recommend the first offer. So that provision is scrapped. The extra retirement savings contribution in the new offer goes into the existing Boeing 401k. Fitzsimmons said that because the union leadership had initially agreed to the previous offer pending a vote of its members, it was never officially a best and final offer. He put that label on the new proposal. We weren't forced to put down a final offer last time, Fitzsimmons said. This is a best and final offer. But several mechanics said that best and final language is just part of the negotiating game. They always say that, said Fakawiski. Sure, whatever. The union, in its statement, said, we are now verifying how and when we can vote this, or an additional offer if talks resume, but don't have those details. That suggests the union may try in the next few days to negotiate some improvements to this best and final offer. Still, a vote could come this week in the contract letter sent to the union leaders Monday morning. Bowen states that the new offer is contingent upon ratification by 11:59 p.m. Pacific Time this Friday. Dominic Gates, 206-464-2963 or dgates at seattletimes.com. Dominic Gates is a Pulitzer Prize-winning aerospace journalist for the Seattle Times. Lauren Rosenblatt, 206-464-2927 or lrosenblatt at seattletimes.com. Excellent journalism, excellent way to format all of this, right? Just amazing. I love to see amazing literature. So we shall continue. Again, if you guys have to stretch, take a little break, a little pause, that's fine. And Allow me to reintroduce myself. Let's go one more time. All right, let me see. Let me just check, make sure that nothing came in. Hold on. Close this out. Give me one quick second, and we're going to continue, okay? All right. Close this out. Boom. That's done. Perfect. 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 All right, let's go back. All right, we in there. We getting the job done. You know what I'm saying? We're doing what we got to do. That's what I'm talking about. Best teacher in the world, man. I love y'all, man. Okay. Now, give me one quick second to make sure. What the heezy? No, press the wrong thing here. Nope. Okay. So let's continue with aerodynamics. We are going to do fundamental concepts, flow classification, continuum assumption, and let me see. We'll leave conservation laws. Let me see. Branches of aerodynamics. Okay, let's go back to where we were. Okay, so here we go. Fundamental concepts. Don't forget to rest your eyes, okay? Rest your eyes, massage your eyes, stretch, do a little workout. Let's get it in. We ready? Okay. Say hello to my little friend. Okay, fundamental concepts. Understanding the motion of air around an object, often called a flow field, enables the calculation of forces and moments acting on the object. In many aerodynamic problems, the forces of interest are the fundamental forces of flight: lift, drag, thrust, and weight. Of these, lift and drag are aerodynamic forces. An example, forces due to airflow over a solid body. Calculation of these quantities is often founded upon the assumption that the flow field behaves as a continuum. Continuum flow fields are characterized by properties such as flow velocity, pressure, density, and temperature, which may be functions of positions and time. These properties may be directly or indirectly measured in aerodynamics experiments or calculated, starting with the equations for conservation of mass, momentum, and energy in airflows, density, flow velocity, and an additional property, viscosity, are used to classify flow fields. Flow classification. Flow velocity is used to classify flows according to speed regime. Subsonic flows are flow fields in which the air speed field is always below the local speed of sound. Transonic flows include both regions of subsonic flow and regions in which the local flow speed is greater than the local speed of sound. Supersonic flows are defined to be flows in which the flow speed is greater than the speed of sound everywhere. A fourth classification, hypersonic flow, refers to the flows where the flow speed is much greater than the top speed of sound. Aerodynamicists disagree on the precise definition of hypersonic flow. Compressible flow accounts for varying density within the flow. Subsonic flows are often idealized as incompressible. In example, the density is assumed to be constant. Transonic and supersonic flows are compressible, and calculations that neglect the changes of density in these flow fields will yield inaccurate results. Viscosity is associated with the frictional forces in a flow. In some flow fields, viscous, viscous effects are very small, and approximate solutions may safely neglect viscous effects. These approximations are called inviscid flows. Flows for which viscosity is not neglected are called viscous flows. Finally, aerodynamic problems may also be classified by the flow environment. External aerodynamics is the study of flow around solid objects of various shapes. An example, around an airplane wing. While internal aerodynamics is the study of flow through passages inside solid objects, an example, through a jet engine. Continuum, continuum assumption. Unlike liquids and solids, gases are composed of discrete molecules, which occupy only a small fraction of the volume filled by the gas. On a molecular level, flow fields are made up of the collisions of many individual or gas molecules between themselves and with solid surfaces. However, in most aerodynamics applications, the discrete molecular nature of gases is ignored, and the flow field is assumed to behave as a continuum. This assumption allows fluid properties such as density and flow velocity to be defined everywhere within the flow. The validity of the continuum assumption is dependent on the density of the gas and the application in question. For the continuum assumption to be valid, the mean free path length must be much smaller than the length scale of the application in question. For example, many aerodynamics applications deal with aircraft flying in atmospheric conditions, where the mean free path length is on the order of micrometers, and where the body is orders of magnitude larger. In these cases, the length scale of the aircraft ranges from a few meters to a few tens of meters, which is much larger than the mean free path length. For such applications, the continuum assumption is reasonable. The continuum assumption is less valid for extremely low density flows, such as those encountered by vehicles at very high altitudes. In example, 300,000 feet or kilometers, 90 kilometers, or satellites in low Earth orbit. In those cases, statistical mechanics is a more accurate method of solving the problem than is continuum aerodynamics. The Coulson number can be used to guide the choice between statistical mechanics and the continuous formulation of aerodynamics. Conservation laws. The assumption of a fluid continuum allows problems in aerodynamics to be solved using fluid dynamics conservation laws. Three conservation principles are used. Conservation of mass. Number one, conservation of mass requires that mass is neither created nor destroyed within a flow. The mathematical formulation of this principle is known as the mass continuity equation. Number two, conservation of momentum. The mathematical formulation of this principle can be considered an application of Newton's second law. Momentum within a flow is only changed by external forces, which may include both surface forces, such as viscous frictional forces, and body forces, such as weight. The momentum conservation principle may be expressed as either a vector equation or separated into a set of three scalar equations, x, y, z components. Conservation of energy. The energy conservation equation states that energy is neither created nor destroyed within a flow, and that any addition or subtraction of energy to a volume in the flow is caused by heat transfer or by work into and out of the region of interest. Together, these equations are known as Navier-Stokes equations, although some authors define the term to only include the momentum equations. The Navier-Stokes equations have no known analytical solution and are solved in modern aerodynamics using computational techniques. Because computational methods using high-speed computers were not historically available, and the high computational cost of solving these complex equations now that they are available. Simplifications of the Navier-Stokes equations have been and continue to be employed. The Euler equations are a set of similar conservation equations which neglect viscosity and may be used in cases where the effect of viscosity is expected to be small. Further simplifications lead to Laplace equation and potential flow theory. Additionally, Bernoulli's equation is a solution in one dimension to both the momentum and energy conservation equations. The ideal gas law, or another such equation of states, is often used in conjunction with these equations to form a determined system that allows the solution for the unknown variables. We're going to pause at branches of aerodynamics, and that will be on tomorrow's exam. Let's move on to Puerto Rico. Okay, let's go to Puerto Rico, baby. We're going to do our history. Hold up 1 second. There we go. The history of Puerto Rico began with the settlement of the Ortoiroid people before 430 BC. At the time of Christopher Columbus' arrival in the New World in 1493, the dominant indigenous culture was that of the Taínos. The Taino people's numbers went dangerously low during the later half of the 16th century because of new infectious diseases carried by Europeans, exploitations by Spanish settlers, and warfare. Located in the northeastern Caribbean, Puerto Rico formed a key part of the Spanish Empire from the early years of the exploration, conquest, and colonization of the New World. The island was a major military post during many wars between Spain and other European powers for control of the region in the 16th, 17th, and 18th century. In 1593, Portuguese soldiers sent from Lisbon by order of Philip II composed the first garrison of the San Felipe del Morro fortress in Puerto Rico. Some brought their wives while others married Puerto Rican women, and today there are many Puerto Rican families with Portuguese last names. The smallest of the Greater Antilles, Puerto Rico was a stepping stone in the passage from Europe to Cuba, Mexico, Central America, and the northern territories of South America. Throughout most of the 19th century, until the conclusion of the Spanish American War, Puerto Rico and Cuba were the last two Spanish colonies in the New World. They served as Spain's final outpost in a strategy to regain control of the American continent. Realizing that it was in danger of losing its two remaining Caribbean territories, the Spanish crown revived the Royal Decree of Graces of 1815. The decree was printed in Spanish and English and French in order to attract Europeans, with the hope that the independence movements would lose their popularity and strength with the arrival of new settlers. Free land was offered to those who wanted to populate the islands on the condition that they swear their loyalty to the Spanish crown and allegiance to the Roman Catholic Church. In 1898, during the Spanish American War, Puerto Rico was invaded and subsequently became a possession of the United States. The first years of the 20th century were marked by the struggle to obtain greater democratic rights from the United States. The Foraker Act of 1900 established a civil government ending rule by American generals and the Department of War. The United States Supreme Court ruling Ortega versus Lara 202 United States 339342 in 1906, evolving the Foraker Act and referring to the island as the acquired country, soon affirmed that the United States Constitution applied within its territory and that any domestic Puerto Rican laws which did not conflict with it remained in force. The Jones Act of 1917, which made Puerto Ricans U.S. citizens, paved the way for the drafting of Puerto Rico's Constitution and its approval by Congress and Puerto Rican voters in 1952. However, the political status of Puerto Rico, a commonwealth controlled by the United States, remains an anomaly. That's your history class for today. We will continue with Puerto Rico for tomorrow. We are going to focus on the etymology. We'll do the introduction, and we'll move on to the 21st century, and we'll do the introduction to the geography class, which that will be on tomorrow's exam as well. Moving on to psychology. Which aspect of psychology? Today we're going to discuss psychological resilience. Okay, you guys ready? You about to take a break, stretch. Here we go. We're getting it done, baby. These are finals. Last week of finals too, man. I'm really proud of you guys. So I want you guys to make me proud and all graduate. All right, we ready? Let's go. Psychological resilience is the ability to cope mentally and emotionally with a crisis or to return to pre-crisis status quickly. The term was popularized in the 1970s and in the 1980s by psychologist Emmy Werner as she conducted a 40-year-long study of a cohort of Hawaiian children who came from low socioeconomic status backgrounds. Numerous factors influence a person's level of resilience. Internal factors include personal characteristics such as self-esteem, self-regulation, and a positive outlook on life. External factors include social support systems, including relationships with family, friends, and the community, as well as access to resources and opportunities. People can leverage psychological interventions and other strategies to enhance their resilience and better cope with adversity. These include cognitive behavioral techniques, mindfulness practices, building psychosocial factors, fostering positive emotions, and promoting self compassion. Overview. A resilient person uses mental processes and behaviors in promoting personal assets and protecting self from the potential negative effects of stressors. Psychological resilience is an adaptation in a person's psychological traits and experiences that allows them to regain or remain in a healthy mental state during crises, chaos, without long-term negative consequences. It is difficult to measure and test this psychological construct because resilience can be interpreted in a variety of ways. Most psychological paradigms, biomedical, cognitive, behavioral, socio-cultural, etc., have their own perspective of what resilience looks like, where it comes from, and how it can be developed. There are numerous definitions of psychological resilience, most of which center around two concepts: adversity and positive adaptation. Positive emotions, social support, and hardiness can influence a person to become more resilient. A psychological resilient person can resist adverse mental conditions that are often associated with unfavorable life circumstances. This differs from psychological recovery, which is associated with returning to those mental conditions that preceded a traumatic experience or personal loss. Research on psychological resilience has shown that it plays a crucial role in promoting mental health and well being. Resilient people are better equipped to navigate life's changes and challenges, maintain positive emotions, and recover from setbacks. They demonstrate higher levels of self efficacy, optimism, and problem solving skills, which contribute to their ability to adapt and thrive in adverse situations. Resilience is a positive adaptation after a stressful or adverse situation. When a person is bombarded by daily stress, it disrupts their internal and external sense of balance, presenting challenges as well as opportunities. The routine stressors of daily life can have positive impacts which promote resilience. Some psychologists believe that it is not stress itself that promotes resilience, but rather the person's perception of their stress and of their level of control. The presence of stress allows people to practice resilience. It is unknown what the correct level of stress is for each person. Some people can handle more stress than others. Stress is experienced in a person's life course at times of difficult life transitions involving developmental and social change, traumatic life events, including grief and loss, and environmental pressures, encompassing poverty and community violence. Resilience is the integrated adaptation of physical, mental, and spiritual aspects to circumstances, and a coherent sense of self that is able to maintain normative developmental tasks that occur at various stages of life. The Children's Institute of the University of Rochester explains that resilience research is focused on studying those who engage in life with hope and humor despite devastating losses. Resilience is not only about overcoming a deeply stressful situation, but also coming out of such a situation with competent functioning. Resiliency allows a person to rebound from adversity as a strengthened and more resourceful person. Some characteristics associated with psychological resilience include an easy temperament, good self esteem, planning skills, and a supportive environment inside and outside of the family. When an event is appraised as comprehensible or predictable, manageable or controllable, and somehow meaningful, which is explainable, a resilient response is more likely. Process. Psychological resilience is commonly understood as a process. It can also be characterized as a tool a person develops over time or as a personal trait of the person's resiliency. Most research shows resilience as the result of people being able to interact with their environments and participate in processes that either promote well being or protect them against the overwhelming influence of relative risk. This research supports the model in which psychological resilience is seen as a process rather than a trait, something to develop or pursue, rather than a static endowment or endpoint. When people are faced with an adverse condition, there are three ways in which they may approach the situation. Number one, respond with anger or aggression, become overwhelmed and shut down. Number two, Number three, feel the emotion about the situation and appropriately handle the emotion. Resilience is promoted through the third approach, which is employed by individuals who adapt and change their current patterns to cope with disruptive states, thereby enhancing their well being. In contrast, the first and second approaches lead individuals to adopt a victim mentality, blaming others and rejecting coping methods even after a crisis has passed. These individuals tend to react instinctively rather than respond thoughtfully, clinging to negative emotions such as fear, anger, anxiety, distress, helplessness, and hopelessness. Such emotions decrease problem solving abilities and weaken resilience, making it harder to recover. Resilient people, on the other hand, actively cope, bounce back, and find solutions. Their resilience is further supported by protective environments, including good families, schools, communities, and social policies, which provide cumulative protective factors that bolster their ability to withstand and recover from exposure to risk factors. Resilience can be viewed as a developmental process, the process of developing resilience, or as indicated by a response process. In the latter approach, the effects of an event or stressor on a situationally relevant indicator variable are studied, distinguishing immediate responses, dynamic responses, and recovery patterns in response to a stressor. More resilient people show some, but less than less resilient people increase in stress. The speed with which this stress response returns to pre stressor levels is also indicative of a person's resilience. Excellent writing, and let me share this with you guys. I have excellent psychological resilience. Tomorrow we will continue our psychology class with biological models, okay? So take mental note. Oh, okay. Now let's go to our art class and we're going to continue with Puerto Rico, okay? Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States. Puerto Ricans, Spanish, Puerto Riqueños, or Boricuas are the people of Puerto Rico, the inhabitants and citizens of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and their descendants. Puerto Rico is home to people of many different national origins as well. The people of Puerto Rico are a mix of European, Taino, and African ancestry. The island's unique mixture is represented in the varied styles of Puerto Rican art. Santos. When the Spanish first arrived in Puerto Rico, one of their primary tools in converting the indigenous Taino population were statuettes known as santos, depicting the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, and other Catholic icons. The practice of religious sculpture already existed on the island through the Tainos' use of semi figures. As there were not many churches and missionaries during the early years of Spanish occupation, santos were crucial in establishing the Catholic faith in Puerto Rico, as the converts would use the santos in domestic settings for various religious purposes. Early craftsmen of these santos, known as santeros or santeras ephemeral, would primarily create the figures by using Spanish cedar wood, clay, or stone, and applying oil paints, and were heavily influenced by the Spanish Baroque style, with the early santo figures being elaborately detailed with dramatic expressions. Many santos were adorned with aurelas, halos, though depictions of Jesus exclusively use the three-pointed halo referred to as the Tres Potencias. In the years after Spanish colonialism, santos moved away from the Baroque style and into roughly two categories: autóctono, auto, auto, autóctono, and contemporary. Autóctono, Autoctono, and contemporary. Autóctono, which means native, is characterized by local Puerto Rican colors and simple, childlike features, while contemporary is a broader category, reflective of santos that are made without necessarily having a direct mystical or religious influence. Santos vary in size, but are usually around 8 to 20 inches tall. Over the years, santos have become a very personal and important tradition in many Puerto Rican households. They are used in special wooden boxes called nichos, where people pray for assistance and protection, and families often pass down collections of santos, for instance, depictions of the nativity scene, for future generations to add new figures and restore old ones. After the 1898 United States invasion of Puerto Rico, santos as a handmade craft somewhat reduced in popularity as Protestant missionaries called for Congress to dispose of and destroy the figures, and general modernizations on the island led to a reduced interest in this long standing tradition. As a result, plastic mass produced statuettes of Catholic figures have become more popular as an alternative to traditional Santos craftsmanship. In October 2021, the 20th meeting of Santo Carvers was held at the Institute of Puerto Rican Culture in Old San Juan, Puerto Rico. So, because we're focusing on the very first art, we're going to go to the semi figures, okay? We're not finished here. We're just going to speak a little bit about it. A zemi or semi, Taino semi, 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 was a deity or ancestral spirit and a sculptural object housing the spirit. Among the Taino people of the Caribbean, semino or zemino is a plural word for the spirits. Theology. Taino religion, as recorded by late 15th and 16th century Spaniards, centered on a supreme creator god and a fertility goddess. The creator god is Yukau Maorokoti, and he governs the growth of the staple food, the cassava. The goddess is Ataveira, who governs water, rivers, and seas. Lesser deities govern natural forces and are also zemis. Boinayel, the rain giver, is one such zemi, whose magical tears become rainfall. Spirits of ancestors, also zemis, were highly honored, particularly those of caciques or chiefs. Bones or skulls might be incorporated into sculptural zemis or reliquary urns. Ancestral remains would be housed in shrines and given offerings such as food. Zemis could be consulted by medicine people for advice and healing. During these consultation ceremonies, images of the Zemi would be painted or tattooed on the body of a priest who was known as a Bohuti or Bohuititu. The reliquary Zemis would help their own descendants in particular. Religious art. Sculptural Zemis or Amolotic Zemis take many forms, but the most characteristically Taino art form is the three-point stone Zemi. One side of the stone might have a human or animal head, with the opposite side having hunched legs. These are sometimes known as frog legs due to their positioning. The fierce face of the creator god is often portrayed. Very small ceramic three-point zemis have been uncovered by archaeologists in the Lesser Antilles, as well as Colombia and Venezuela, dating back to 200 BCE. Small amuletic zemis would be worn on warriors' foreheads for protection in battle. Zemis are sculptured from a wide variety of materials, including bone, clay, wood, shed, sandstone, and stone. They are found in Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and other Caribbean islands. Some are quite large, up to 100 centimeters tall. Some are effigies of birds, snakes, alligators, and other animals, but most are human effigies. Even twin human figures are portrayed. Wooden zemis were preserved in relatively dry caves. It is believed that Taino people hid their ceremonial objects in caves away from the Spanish or destroyed them to avoid having them fall into Spanish hands. Bearded zemis. Two of the most elaborate surviving zemis are housed in European museums. One is a belt with a zemi from the Greater Antilles. The belt dates from circa 1530 and is made of cotton, white and red snail shells, black seeds, pearls, glass, and obsidian. It is housed in the Museum für Volkskunde in Vienna. The second is housed in the Pigorini National Museum of Prehistory and ethnography in Rome. Until 1952, it was wrongly labeled as an African fetish, but scholars have confirmed that it is Taino from the early 16th century and exhibits elements of Caribbean, European, and African artistic influences. And here you have the images. You have the three-pointed stone, which was in the private collection of Mr. Younghanis of Bayamon in the late 19th century. Three-pointed sculpture with carved face, circa 1000 to 1494 CE. Amazing. We'll get back to that. I'm very much interested in that. And let's continue. Give me one quick second. I'm going to turn on this light here because you guys need a little bit of light. Give me one quick second. I'm right here in the studio. Oh, man. Move this a little bit. Let's see how this. It's not the best, but at least it's an improvement, you know? Give us everything we need to continue. Everybody take a stretch, take a break, hydration. You drink a little bit of water here. Now you guys see what I had to eat in the beginning, right? I always got munchies though. You guys should always have something to snack on. Give me 1 second. As you know, I'm a doctor, so I'm always gonna talk to you guys about your health. All right. So moving on to business. Now you guys understand what makes our company different because we're a technology company. And we are in the process of negotiating my catalog. It's not the only thing I'm negotiating, but it is the main thing. So let's start with BlackRock. We always talk about BlackRock, Blackstone. Today we're going to talk about Hipgnosis. We're going to talk about Masterworks. And this will be the last portion and the most important, why we had to wait all this time to get to this point, because this is, public intellectual property, right? But it is private. So let's go with BlackRock. BlackRock Incorporated is an American multinational investment company. Founded in 1988, initially as an enterprise risk management and fixed income institutional asset manager. BlackRock is the world's largest asset manager with 10 trillion US dollars in assets under management as of December 31st, 2023, headquartered at 50 Hudson Yards in Midtown Manhattan, New York City. BlackRock has 78 offices in 38 countries and clients in 100 countries. BlackRock is the manager of the iShares Group of exchange-traded funds, and along with the Vanguard Group and State Street, it is considered to be one of the big three index fund managers. Its Aladdin software keeps track of investments portfolios for many major financial institutions, and its BlackRock Solutions division provides financial risk management services. As of 2023, BlackRock was ranked 229th on the Fortune 500 list of the largest United States corporations by revenue. Let's move this platform to this side so that we can continue. One quick second and move this out of the way. I don't like to set that down. Give me one quick second. So as you all know, while I'm moving this real quick, BlackRock is the target for our company. That's who we want to partner up with. Obviously, you guys see the accolades. Why? But it's also important that you guys also get to learn this, because who knows what business enterprises you guys may develop in the future. And that should always be your goal, right? All right. So let's go. BlackRock has sought to position itself as an industry leader in environmental, social, and governance, ESG, considerations in investments. The United States of West Virginia, Florida, and Louisiana have divested money away from or refused to do business with the firm because of its ESG policies. BlackRock has been criticized for investing in companies that are involved in fossil fuels, the arms industry, the People's Liberation Army, and human rights violations in China. The company has also faced criticism for its close ties with the Federal Reserve during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. Let's move on, and we'll continue tomorrow with its history, okay? I just wanted you guys to have a basic idea and an understanding of who they are. So Fortune 500, we're always talking about, oh, this company is a Fortune 500. What the heck is that, right? So what is that, guys? Let's figure out what this is. See if you guys can hear me good. Yeah, you guys can hear me good. Let's go. The Fortune 500 is an annual list compiled and published by Fortune magazine that ranks 500 of the largest United States corporations by total revenue for their respective fiscal years. This list includes publicly held companies, along with privately held companies for which revenues are publicly available. The concept of the Fortune 500 was created by Edgar P. Smith, a Fortune editor, and the first list was published in 1955. The Fortune 500 is more commonly used than its subsequent Fortune 100 or superset Fortune 1000. History. Give me one quick second. So now you guys know where the list started, 1955. Now let's talk about Hipgnosis real quick. You see, BlackRock is the biggest, whale in the ocean. Only Blackstone is close to its size. Blackstone, as you're going to learn soon, is trying to fight for the number one spot. They're the two biggest in the world. The reason why I, as an artist, had to divert away from the three major labels was because of Hipgnosis. But let's talk about the three major labels. So there's three major record labels that are responsible for 85 to 95% of the music you hear. Whatever's left in that market cap is the 10, 15%, maybe 20% for independent artists, which is bullshit. That's fucked up. We got to change that shit. I got tired of dealing with the bullshit back and forth with fucking Sony, Warner Brothers, and Universal Music Group. Because I'm a technology company, now they're fucking in the past. I erased them from existence. I just traveled to the future on their ass, and now they're like, what the fuck is going on? So our focus was always BlackRock, Blackstone. But another company emerged. This company is called Hipgnosis Song Fund. What they do is basically they buy and store things of value, such as music catalogs. So over the last year or so, they were buying everybody's catalog. All of a sudden, the industry's like, nah, because my music catalog. Now it wasn't publishing, it wasn't copyrights, it wasn't points on the album. No, it was the catalog. The truth was out. Michael Jackson, Prince, their legacy is based on their catalog. What they've done for independent artists, we owe it to them not to fuck this up. And the artists of this generation destroyed everything. But it's okay. There's light at the end of the tunnel. So we decided to approach Hipgnosis because we understood that they understood the business. We just didn't know at the beginning of the negotiation that they were pumping up their portfolio to sell it. And who did they sell it to? They sold it to Blackstone. BlackRock is number one, Blackstone is number two. But now Blackstone has a fighting chance because now they own Hipgnosis. So because they own Hipgnosis, they own all those catalogs. And they're opening a new way. Now, BlackRock, to not be undone or outdoed, they already have a similar company, and it's called Masterworks. And I'm going to teach you guys what Masterworks is. Masterworks will take something like the Mona Lisa and they'll buy the Mona Lisa, right? They'll divide the ownership by millions of shares, and then they'll sell it on their company. So the people that are consuming the art are the negotiators of the art. They're administrating the catalog, and they're also making a profit every time an art piece is sold. So before we go into Blackstone, and we're going to finish with Masterworks, let's talk a little bit about Hipgnosis so you guys are more aware and, I always give away the game. You know what I mean? I believe in us. I believe in independence. I believe every artist is talented. And even artists that don't like me, don't like my music, I still support them and I still pray for them. All right, Hypnosis Song Fund. Hypnosis Songs Fund Limited is a British Guernsey registered music, IP investment, and song management company founded by Mercuriadis and Now Rogers in 2018, focused on songs and associated with music and musical intellectual property rights. It was founded on the premise that hit songs are long term predictable assets, unaffected by economic cycles that will increase in value as the worldwide music streaming market grows. In addition to acquiring songs and songwriter catalogs, the company manages the playlist, cover, interpolation, and synchronization revenues of its IPs. So this is essentially a bank. Hypnosis Songs Fund has raised 1.052 billion to fund acquisitions since it was established in 2018. At the close of its first full year as a publicly traded company, its catalog contained more than 5,000 songs. You see, I already got them beat. You see where I'm coming from with this shit? I have 5,000 when I was negotiating with them. Now I have 8,000. So if I was to join them, I'm tripling their catalog. But that's another story. Anyway, that means the market price of my catalog just went up right here in live technology as we're speaking here. Of those, approximately 2,000 had been number one hits somewhere in the world, and 4,000 had reached the top 10. Five songs that are co owned by HSF appeared in the top 10 on the Billboard Hot 100 of the Decade chart. In July 2020, it was reported that the Hypnosis music rights portfolio, consisting of approximately 13,300 songs, have been independently valued at more than 760 million. So let's take a pause real quick. From inception, 2018, they raised 1.052 billion, right? First year, they have 5,000 songs. We know the stats on those 5,000. By 2020, in 2 years, they doubled it. They had 13,300 songs, have been independently valued at more than 760 million. As of January 2021, Hypnosis owned or partially owned more than 57,000 songs. Listen to this: 18, 5,000 songs; 20, 13,500; 21, 57,000 songs, yo. Wow. By December 2021, its catalog had grown to 65,000 songs worth 2.55 billion. Yo. Hypnosis Songs Fund was listed on the main market of the London Stock Exchange in July 2018 and transferred to the premium segment of the main market in November 2019. It was constituent of the FTSE 250 index since March 2020 before being taken private by Blackstone Incorporated in July 2024. Yo, I'm trying to tell you, yo, I've been chasing them people since 2020, 2021. We've been negotiating back and forth. Fucking Warner Brothers came in, I think it was 2022. And then, I got on my fucking ninja shit and was like, nah, I want more money. I want more money. All right. So now you guys know a baseline of who Hypnosis is. But wait a minute. Time out. Let's go back. Wait a minute. I think I just realized something. Hold on. Let's go. Hypnosis. Hold up. We might have been making a fatal mistake here. Oh, no, no, no. Time out. I was right. Blackstone. I just wanted to double check. I'm like, wait a minute. Was it BlackRock that bought him? No, no, no. It was Blackstone. All right. Thank God. Whew. Had to double check. I'm, independent companies. I had to check. I've been taking care of my career for 30 years, man. And people sign me so young. All right. Let's go. Blackstone Incorporated is an American alternative investment management company based in New York City. Blackstone's private equity business has been one of the largest investors in leveraged buyouts in the last 3 decades, while its real estate business has actively acquired commercial real estate across the globe. Blackstone is also active in credit, infrastructure, hedge funds, secondaries, growth equity, and insurance solutions. As of May 2024, Blackstone has more than $1 trillion in total assets under management, making it the largest alternative investment firm globally. Blackstone was founded in 1985 as a mergers and acquisitions firm by Peter G. Peterson and Stephen A. Schwartzman, who had previously worked together at Lehman Brothers. So don't tell me this is the Peter G. Peterson from the Peters Automotive Museum. Please don't tell me. That would be. Let's click on that. I think this is the early life. Blah, blah, blah. Let's just business career. Blah, blah, blah. Let's keep going. Secretary of Commerce, post-Washington career, Clinton presidency, later career, blah, 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 international economics, political activities, personal life, blah, 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 honors. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Just had to make sure because, this is what we do. So I'll give you guys an example. Make believe that all of you now are part of my company. We're a technology company. Even though I do music, it's not the only thing I do. Even though I invest, not the only thing I do. I can be an entrepreneur and I can be an artist as well. And I'm proving it to you guys every day. This is why I don't choose my French. That's why I don't give a fuck and I just give away the game because I'm a natural born hustler. I'm gonna get mines regardless. So do you, player? Know what I mean? So what will be the money play? If for whatever reason, let's say BlackRock says, we don't understand. Even though we're gonna use the angle of Masterworks, right? Now I can go to Blackstone and say, yo, you know what you guys did with hypnosis? Well, we're the newest version of that. The only difference is the music is all mine. Would you be interested? And if you're not interested, who else is? Because let's talk about market cap. BlackRock is 10 trillion. Blackstone is 1 billion, but they're making power moves. They're trying to move up that ladder, right? They only have 10% of what's out there, so they want more. Now, let's move on to Masterworks. Remember that I told you guys what Masterworks is? They'll take a piece of art, they'll divide it into shares, manage those shares, and then when the artwork is sold, it's paid out to those shareholders. This will be the same thing, except for me, it's NFT, so it's a little bit different. So let's go on. Masterworks Advisors, LLC, is an American financial services company that specializes in the art investment market. Masterworks is a global brand with investors from over 30 countries. The company's secondary market is available to investors in more than 12 countries. Traditionally, Masterworks will buy a piece of art and file it to the SEC as a public offering. The company will then sell shares of the art on their website for varying costs. Masterworks helps investors add another asset class to their portfolio as contemporary art investments have outperformed the S&P 500 over the last 25 years, offering a 14% annual return versus the S&P's 500 9.5 annual return. So the difference is what? 4.5%. For 4.5%, people will diversify into this portfolio. Okay. According to the Citi Global Art Market Chart, as of December 2023, Masterworks has over 1 million members and over 1 billion in assets under management. The company has notably sold art by Banksy, George Condo, Cecily Brown, Simone Lane, Claude Monet, and Andy Warhol. So again, What did we notice about Masterworks? What did we notice about Hypnosis? And what did we notice about Blackstone? These people are all managing, how much do they say here? $1 billion in assets. That's all it takes to be in the game is $1 billion. And you in there. Jay-Z, I'm about to eclipse you, dog. Shout out to Sean Corey. That's my nigga. But still, you get what I'm trying to say? BlackRock is an anomaly at, 10 trillion. It's not that Blackstone only manages $1 billion, right? Because they have 1 trillion as well. They have 1,000 billion, right? But the fact that they've invested in Hypnosis, which is only managing about $1 billion, it's the same with Masterworks. They're only managing about $1 billion, and they're not offering nothing like what I'm offering, nothing outside of this world. They're talking about a 4.5 differential rate, and people are willing to invest in them. We will continue tomorrow with more. Let me give you guys my final thoughts, and we all get to relax, right? As a technology company, this is part of my day-to-day. I share it with all my colleagues, business partners, my friends, my family members, everybody, my fans for my music. This is open to the public because when you're developing a company such as I am, everything is publicly traded. Everything is there. Everything about the company, corporation structures, all that stuff. How do we maintain a unique competitive advantage? Education. Technology is day-to-day data facts and points and administrating and processing all that information into business potentials. So I'm doing it and I'm showing you guys the formula in hopes that you guys can inspire other people to do the same. And like Tupac told everybody, get rich and we'll kick it. That's it. When we're up there with the trillions of dollars, we'll be chilling somewhere nice in the world, enjoying our loved ones. And that's what it's all about. So right now, everything is technology, everything is business, everything is telecommunications. Remember, I'm from the 80s and 90s. This shit is all new to me. Even though I always knew technology and I always studied business and shit like that, I know the mechanics, the fundamental of how technology works. I never used Facebook. I never used Instagram, Twitter, all that shit. You know when I learned about it? When I was in my college years. In my college years, it was part of my technology classes or my business classes or stuff like that. That's why I learned about it. So I was using that shit on the computer side, not on the consumer side, which is what everybody knows. So even the way that I use social media now is completely different. We'll give you an example with my radio show. That app is to be a step above Instagram, a little bit better than Instagram. Doesn't have everything Instagram has, but one thing it does offer is the freedom to just go live and broadcast without bullshit. No, they don't store it like Instagram does or even YouTube, but it provided an opportunity. So what did I see? I saw, man, there's so many people from all over the world. I might as well include them in my day-to-day business tactics, negotiations. It's an educational process and it's all free. I don't have to charge nobody for a course. I have to do that for my company every single day. And that is my unique competitive advantage. Not only do I have a unique competitive advantage, I am first. I am one of one category with everything I'm bringing to the market. And, you know, I'm disrupting the industry. So you see all these variables and we're, digressing. We're breaking down all these verticals and horizontals, right? Well, it adjusts everything from those variables. So notice how we started with the podcast and the radio show, and then we went and we did the live. All that stuff comes together. So now I know that my targets, the majority, are managing about $1 billion. I already know that my investment is worth more than that. So fucking erase everybody out the fucking line. Where are we? Back at BlackRock. BlackRock is going to determine my next move. What they do with this proposal and this investment is going to let me know how I can diversify for any other company that wants to invest. Because at the end of the day, I'm here to do business and I'm here to make money. I have a huge family. I have 500,000 people that depend on me directly, and probably 5 million people that depend on me indirectly. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Have an amazing day today. May you conquer everything that's in your path. May everything that you touch turn into solid bars of gold. I mean, the $1 million bars of gold, precious gemstones such as moissanite and lab grown diamonds only. Do not buy them fucking blood diamonds. Please don't do that. And, you know, God bless everybody. Thank you guys so much. You guys are my inspiration. You're the reason why I do this. This is every day. No matter where I travel in the world, you guys get to come along with me. And as long as I have the internet, I'm connected to my technology company. Every day I'm teaching, I'm learning, I'm improving on things, I'm working on this. Everything is an implementation of systems. So this is also my way of challenging the fucking establishment. Like, yo, not only do I know business, not only do I have an 8,000 song catalog and I author 24 motherfucking books, pardon my French. You understand me? I'm fucking showing you my day to day. I'm showing you why my catalog is worth how much I'm asking for it. Because I know the business and I know technology. And I know that you don't know shit about business and you don't know shit about technology and you don't know shit about entertainment. So I'm not going to let nobody in a corporate office dictate to me how to do my music or create my entertainment and create my opportunities because nobody told me how to hustle. I had to learn on my own. I had to do it myself. So I'm challenging all these so-called genius entrepreneur rap niggas that, you know what I'm saying? Just on the music tip, I challenge them niggas to talk anything that deals with business. I will fucking shred them to pieces in one conversation. All the execs, all these dead fucking people from the old industry that are finding their ways to get into different companies and try to bring the same bullshit into music, out of here. Y'all done. It's over. Y'all had a good run. Y'all took everything from the artists. Y'all left them fucking broke and sick in their dying beds, stole their fucking art, took it away from their loved ones and their descendants and their family. And I'm here to stop all that shit. I'm here to stop all that shit. Fuck that. I own my masters. I own my company. I invested everything. I don't owe nobody a red motherfucking penny. I'm financially stable, been a multi-millionaire since I was very, very young. In the streets and in corporate America. So can't tell me nothing. What Kanye said, nah, 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 wait till I get my money, right? Now it's technology, baby. BlackRock, Blackstone, Masterworks, Hypnosis. Then y'all could talk to me about Universal and Sony and fucking Warner Brothers. Then y'all could talk to me about the bullshit with the stream and the Spotify. That shit is all trash. This is all new technology. I love you guys so much, man. I just appreciate y'all. I just had to give y'all a little rant because it's been 6 weeks of finals. This is the last fucking week. I'm gonna be chilling at the end of this week. So I just want to thank all of my students, all my business partners, all my colleagues, all my mentors, my teachers, my loved ones, my friends, everybody, even the people that just say good morning. God bless to you guys. You guys inspire me. I also realized one thing, and we'll close out with this. I have done more songs with underground artists and producers than anyone in the history of music. I am the fucking underground. 8,000 songs, I fucking collaborated with over 5,000 artists and producers. You know what I realized today? And it just dawned on me. If I don't help the new artists, nobody's going to help them. These people don't give a fuck about us. But you know what? Like DMX said, shout out to DMX, they can't make a penny without us, baby. All that fucking 400 spins for $1 on streaming. Oh, no, no, no. We about to change that shit. Y'all not going to be taking our fucking art and letting that shit stream 400 times and we losing 40 sales for a fucking dollar? Nah. Those days are gone. That's it. All that stealing the art from the artist, I'm stopping. All that shit is over. That's it. Block is shut down. This is my shit, man. I got the digital bricks. That's the Bitcoins. There's nothing else to talk about. I'm going to open these opportunities for every artist. God gets me the blessing. We all going to have the blessing. Granted, we may not sell as much. We might not, they might do a tour and make $300 million. Shit, I might only make 100. I'll take that. That's enough to help my people. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Everybody has opportunity. This is not, oh, you too old to do music or you too young. No, no, no. You want to do art? You're creative. That's what you do. Here's a platform. Go out there and be number one. Jay-Z could have never envisioned me ever surpassing his career, his accomplishments. Jay-Z was always sagging. I was always Ryu. I'm the only nigga that could beat him. We got the same voice. That helped a little bit. But in the beginning of my career, it was a problem. It's like, yo, this nigga, come on. I grew up with this nigga. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it is what it is. The blueprint is there. You can follow greatness. There's so many people that can inspire you. Just be inspired, man. Get a library card. I started with nothing. I started my company with $0.00. I still go through challenges and ups and downs, but that shit does not stop me. It makes me go harder. I just celebrated 30 fucking years in this music business and industry. And I made way more money outside of music every single time. Now I'm in technology. Oh, man. Shit is different. So you already know what today has done. That means that for Sony, Warner Brother, or Universal to offer me a deal, the bid starts at $1.2 billion. And I'm not interested. I don't want their fucking money. I don't want none of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I don't want their money. I'm good. I'm good. The pride of ownership. I know the importance of ownership. That's what my grandfather instilled in me. That's what I learned from every teacher, mentor, every entrepreneur that gave me a job with a criminal record. I couldn't even get a job in fucking McDonald's, and people gave me a chance. I appreciate that. And I'm not going to let down all of those millions of families that pray for me every day to be successful. This is not about me anymore. My music, my high-end lifestyle luxury brands far exceeds anything I've done in my career, my accolades, and even my catalog. Now the catalog is back in the hands of the people. If Prince, Michael Jackson could go back and put their catalog in the hands of the people, they would. Because at the end of the day, Sony found a way to get Michael Jackson's catalog, and Warner Brothers found a way to get fucking Prince's catalog. That shit ain't gonna happen with me, player. Nope, not gonna happen, B. My catalog is gonna stay with my family for the next trillion years. And that will be my living testament. I'm making it public here. I want to create that opportunity not only for myself, but for any artist, because it's enough. We're artists. We think differently. We do shit differently. Technology is the great equalizer. So it doesn't matter how they feel. It doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter what they do. They cannot stop this technology. I'm in the World Guinness Book of Records since August 25th, 2021. You cannot change that. That shit is forever. I'm on the blockchain forever. And I only got more shit coming out. So what you going to do? Oh, we don't see you on TV. You don't need to see me on TV. I see my bank account. That's what I need to see. You don't need to see me. You need to see me when you're watching my movie, when you're reading my book, when you're listening to one of my songs. We're not going to go there and do the small basic shit and talk about music and all that. My nigga, I got 8,000 songs plus. I'm just negotiating 5. So don't think that I got 8,000. No. I'm negotiating the same 5,000 I was negotiating 2 years ago. I asked Warner Brother for $400 million 2 years ago. And you know what I did at the beginning of this year? I asked them for more money. And today, the value of my catalog just went up again. Shout out to you, Sony. Y'all fumbled the bag. Y'all had the best artists in the world, never knew about it. Warner Brothers, thank you for wasting 2 years of my fucking company's resources. That's why I'm charging you guys the most. And Universal, you're going to have to outbid those two if you want a chance. You want to sign me as an artist right now? I want $1.2 billion today. That doesn't include my catalog. That doesn't include my record label. That doesn't include my company. That doesn't include my digital. That doesn't include my NFTs. And it does not include any of my fucking masters. That's if you want to sign me as a rapper. And I'll let you do whatever you want. Whatever albums you ask me for, I'll give you them shits in a few days because I got them already. Everything else is up for negotiation. My record label could go to another label. My catalog could go to a different investor. For all my shit is diversified. All my portfolio is, I got the geeses, baby. They lay in the golden eggs. So it's not like, oh, we're going to sign you, but we want your career, we want your catalog, and you ain't getting none of that shit. Partnership deal, I come in as an owner. You guys provide distribution, which I already have. I'm already getting 100%. I was getting a 95.5. Nobody got a 95.5. I asked for 98%, and you know what they did? They gave me 100. So can you beat that? It's the only way we could talk business. Venomar1. OpenSea.io/VR1. I am in the history books forever, ever, forever, ever. And I'm just getting started, baby. Oh, man. Wait till you see me in 2 or 3 years, baby. Spaceships, yo. That's all I'm going to tell you. Space Force Edition spaceships. Every day. Hyper, hyper, hyper exotics. Not no regulars. Every day, every day, every day. I collect cars. You guys don't know that. I also sell cars. If anybody wants to buy a high-end exotic luxury car, in my Ferrari collection, the only one I'm missing is the F50, and I just found the yellow one. But I got them all, baby. I got them all. I got all them shits. So let's talk business. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. I love you guys. For the people on the radio show, I apologize. I got to talk a little bit of trash, stir up the pot a little bit. Of course, nobody wants to interview me now. Yeah, don't worry. We'll be waiting. And we're going to charge you a nice fee to interview me, baby. And we're going to make a lot of money off that content because I own everything. So either we talk business or we talk business. You know, you remember that scene in Scarface where the guy's like, yo, you got the money? Yeah, I got the money. You got the stuff? Yeah, I got the stuff. Oh, but I don't have it with me right now. Nah, this is business, baby. Welcome to the future, yo. Venomar1, I love you guys. I love you all so much. You inspire me every day. What a blessing it is in my life to have you guys with me every day. And I may be the biggest artist you don't know about. So I may be the littlest artist in the world. But in my heart, they can never beat me. The love that's in my heart, they can't beat me. You know how many people every day tell me, yo, you just something else, man. You different, bro. God bless you, man. Keep going. It's all good. I'm not defined by a car, bank account, a fucking chain, and a watch. I'm not defined by BT or fucking MTV or none of that. I'm not defined by none of that shit. 8,000 songs, 24 books. I wrote 12 books last year in 12 months. This year, I wrote 12 books in 12 weeks. Can you imagine next year? Oh, my fucking goodness, yo. Can you imagine? I'm just getting started, baby. And I'm 41. I'm going to be the oldest nigga to sign, the oldest big time. You're going to be like, yo, who the fuck is this dude? Just go listen to my catalog. Go listen to my catalog and you're going to know. And guess what? I even broke the Guinness World Record for mentioning God in my songs. Every song, every verse, every hook, every bridge, every EP, every mixtape, every album, every long play, every double album. God, thank you. Please give me the dream, God. I've been fucking praying my whole life. God, please let it be for my family. God, it ain't about me no more. Fuck this rap shit. Let me just do my music and take care of my family. That's all I ever wanted to do. So I even broke the record in Guinness for saying that. How many artists got 8,000 songs where each one they're talking about God? In Spanish and English, in 24 different styles of music. Come on, baby. The stats is crazy. I got more albums than y'all niggas got bars. I got more albums than the whole music industry. No rapper comes close. Not your favorite rapper, not his favorite rapper. None of them niggas come close to me. I didn't just fucking beat the rap. I destroyed the whole shit. And y'all don't even know. And that's the best part. Because I walk amongst the people. I'm a regular person. When I'm on stage, you're going to feel the force. It's going to be music, entertainment. I'm going to make sure you have a good time. Off stage, no drama, no bullshit, no nonsense. God-fearing man, all about my family, none of the bullshit. The only thing I look forward to letting you guys be a part of sometime in the future is my car collection. I'm still very private, so I still don't feel all the way comfortable, even though I have shown some of the cars in my collection, but still that's really something personal for me and the only thing I really have outside of music. But I feel in my heart that this is the right thing to do for all artists, man. And I just greatly appreciate everybody. And I also want artists to know all over the world where you are. There's 8 billion people on earth. Your listeners, your followers, you can have tens of millions of fans and they don't have nothing to do with no other artist. You don't got to compete with nobody. Compete with yourself. Don't worry about what this artist is doing or that record label or this happened. Just do your own thing. Go on your own journey, man. I've been waiting for 30 years. You know how many doors they closed on me? How many times? Nah, I don't know, but this, but that, but I don't know, but this, but that. And now what? 8,000 songs. I'm only negotiating 5. Everybody's like, oh, you guys did a recount. Now you got 8,000. You're going to sell all? No. None of my music is for sale. We're going to lease the first few thousand. And whatever budget these companies and these investment firms and these endorsements, everybody that wants to be part of this project, how big is your wallet? What you got? Okay, I got these many records for you. No such thing as, oh, well, I'm going to buy these many songs or I'm going to lease it. No. How much you got? You got 500 million? All right, this is what I could give you for 500 million. How much you got? You got 600 million? This is how much I could. How many you got? You got 300 million? Okay, that's what it is. And I'm Dominican, and I'm Puerto Rican, and I'm a minority, and I come from nothing, and I grew up poor. The poorest nigga on my block, the smallest apartment, cockroach infested. I grew up in all that shit. And all it did was motivate me, fuel my drive. I went and got my education. You know what I'm saying? With fucking fucked up credentials, criminal record, all that shit. I didn't let none of that shit stop me. I'm gonna keep praying, dog. I'm gonna keep going to school. I couldn't get a regular job making minimum wage. Fuck it. I took a job making less than minimum wage, but proud because I was doing it the right way. Technology changed everything. From the time that the shit hit the fan with the fucking Beeple 5,000 every day sold, January, February, March, yo, my man, by August, I had broken the records. And I'm just getting started. $1 billion plus evaluation. If any one of those labels gave me $2 billion, it would be a discount. I'm doing them a favor. I'm going to say it again. If I took $2 billion from any one of those record labels, matter of fact, I want 2.25 billion because I'm from 225th. So 2.25 billion, that's what I want. And in order for me to have that after taxes, they're going to have to give me $5 billion. So I need that after taxes. I need to see that in the bank and say, yo, 2.25 billion. Okay, boom. To let everybody know where I come from, that dreams come true. And I'm living proof. I'm living proof every day. I'm like, God, one day, whenever you're ready, God, I'm ready. I've been preparing myself my whole life for this. My family already knows, you know, it could be a year in negotiations. It could be 9 months. It could be 6 months. I don't know. It could be a year or two, but it's going to be worth the wait. And I promise to bring you guys along the journey. You guys are here, so come with me. I'm just a regular person, just like you. All I had was a dream, and the whole world against me. And I'm like, nah, me and God, 3 grains of rice and 2 machetes, my nigga, let's go. And I'm here doing it for all of you. I'm telling you, these people, the quote unquote, we know about business, buy a course, all that bullshit, I destroy their shit every day because you can see all my shit for free. You can ask me any question, you can hit me up. All my contacts is public. I'm a public figure. I've been a celebrity my whole life. I was signed 13 years old, 14 as a little kid. So this is not new to me. The only thing is, if you want to negotiate, Connect only, baby. And it's $3.9 million an hour to speak to me. $3.9 million an hour to speak to me. Look how many minutes I gave away for free right here in this format. That's $65,000 a minute. For the people that don't know the math, I wanted to charge $225,000 a minute. Patrick Bet-David, the owner of the Yankees, the owner of Valuetainment, the owner of Connect, the starter of the company, the founder of the company. I've been with him since he was poor, before he had the Yankees. I've been with him since the fucked up haircuts. I'm the real deal. I'm one of the first people to graduate from that university with honors, and I'm a teacher. I'm still going to school. I'm a doctor, by the way, just so you guys know. He said, nah, let's do 3.9 million. I said, all right, Patrick. You're the owner of the Yankees. You're my mentor. I'm going to take the advice because I'm coachable. You can teach me anything. I'm willing to learn. All I know is that I know nothing. I'm learning every single day. So the 1% that I give you guys is the best that God has allowed it to be. And that's the 1% that God has given me. That's what I give you guys. My best is only what God allows it to be. If I can inspire one person every single day, I've done my job. And you guys are my inspiration. I am a humble giant. I am a humble king. I look forward to fucking filling out Yankee Stadium and charging you $100 a ticket. Not 500, not 1,500, not 2 G's, not 5 G's. No, $100. People walk around in New York with $2,000 sneakers on, $500, $600, $1,000. No, $100. Come chill with me for 2-3 hours. I'm gonna rock the bells for 2 hours myself, and then I'm gonna give another 2 hours to all the new artists. Fuck people in the industry. I'm bringing all the underground niggas you never heard of and just saying, yo, the mic is on, no curses. do you? Because, you know, my events have to be PG-13, so no bad words. There will be events for that, but not when I'm doing Madison Square Garden, Yankee Stadium, Staples Center in California, Dallas Stadium, the Superdome. I'm not gonna say the words that are in a lot of those records. Another Guinness record that I broke. All my music, 99%, 98.5, no curses. I'm the rapper from the future. I'm the digital rapper, the first one too. From Guinness to the blockchain to negotiating with these juggernauts, I don't have time for the nonsense of music is so small. I'm not a record label. Like Jay-Z said, I'm not a rapper. I just happen to know how to rap. I own a technology company. You got to think Microsoft, Apple, Samsung, Huawei, Nokia, Motorola. When you put it into those contexts, you understand. I got a cell phone. I got a Bluetooth headset, augmented reality glasses. I got the backpack. I got the leathers. I got the sneakers. I got the shoes. I got the portable speaker. I got the smartwatch. I got the Fitbit. I got it all, baby. I got the jewelry. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. Moissanite and silver jewelry. Oh. Every piece you see me with, you guys can buy it, and it's all affordable. Regular people, you could go see me at fucking Yankee Stadium for $100. We're not gonna talk about Taylor Swift tickets. We're not gonna talk about all these juggernauts, quote unquote juggernauts. I'm giving it all back to the people because it means more to me that you guys are able to attend my events. If the new iPhone 16 is $2,000 or $3,000, my phone is not going to be anywhere near that, and it's a better phone. I love you guys, man. Dreams come true. That's the fucking mantra right there. These are my earth dreams. Dreams come true. God willing, God first. Next year or two, you're gonna know who Venom R1 is. All right, I love you guys. You guys have a blessed one. Everybody on the radio show, I love you guys so much, man. God bless. And dreams come true. Anything is possible. All right. Don't let nobody put you down. Don't let nobody tell you can't do shit. So long as you got your faith in God, you're willing to educate yourself, better yourself, and work hard, you could do anything no matter what. There's days you're gonna cry, there's days you're gonna get hurt, you're gonna fall down and scrape your knee, but get back up and get back up stronger. That's it. I had to hit rock bottom to understand that getting up was the only way up. So if I could do it with, you know, I have 27 wives, but at the time I have 5 wives and 5 kids, you guys could do anything. God bless. And I love you all. Once again, everything that I do is for you guys. If I didn't have you guys to listen to one of my songs, it would just be me rapping or doing music in my studio by myself. Every time that I saw that one person listen to my song, for me, it felt like I was going platinum. And to this day, when I record, which I'm going to record an album right after this, and I dropped 2 albums yesterday. This is what I do, by the way. I just use that as inspiration. Like, yo, one day, God willing, God first, I'm going to remember every single person, every single one person that left a comment, yo, I like this. They don't have any idea what I'm going to do. Once I sign this deal, oh, man, I'm going to find all of you. All of the people that have been with me from day one, oh, man, I got some shit for y'all. I got some shit for y'all, and I'm making it public. I'm letting the whole world know you can hold me to my word. I sign any one of these deals, I'm going to go back and find every single artist that I worked with, every producer, every fan that pressed like, follow, and shared any person, because I can remember with photogenic memory, whatever I was going through that day. When I hear the song, I remember that recording session. And I remember there were days when that one person was like, yo, I like this. And that was enough to keep me going. So don't get caught into the record label shit. Oh, you don't got 300 million fucking views. What the fuck is that worth? $3,000? People are so fucking stupid. People are so stupid, yo. You getting a penny for 400 plays of your song. 400. They treating you worse than a crackhead. Plus the music sounds like shit. All the records on DSPs, like iTunes, Spotify, they're pancakes. They compress the shit out of those songs. 99% of your song is destroyed when you put your music on that garbage. My NFTs, all masters, baby. Go ahead and go to the website and play one of my songs. and play whatever artist you got on your CD player, your streamer, wherever you go, however you get your music, play their shit first. Play it at full volume, and then press play on one of my albums. You're going to hear the difference between a master recording and the bullshit that they put up there. That shit is over, yo. On my portable speaker, when you play my album, yo, you at the concert with me. You can hear me breathing. You can hear me fucking breathing in between songs and shit. It's like, yo, that's what the master is. All that fucking garbage. You don't see Anita Baker complaining about that shit. I said on the podcast. Anyway, I got to let you guys go because I love you guys so much that I never want to let you guys go. But we'll be back tomorrow, and tune in. All right? God bless you guys. Venom R1, baby. Dreams come true. I love all of y'all. Y'all all special. God bless all of y'all. You know what I mean? That's how you do it. So now that's done. And that's it. I just want to thank you guys, and you have an amazing day. We'll see you in the next one. God bless. I'll at your boy, baby. Venom R1, baby. Dreams come true.